One, two. 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 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 sound check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2
stand up for them. As well as PowerPoint presentation. with intellectual
Are you going to be here? Good morning. Engage. So this morning I'd like to welcome everyone to the Inclusive and Accessible Tourism from Policy to Practice Summit. One of the lecturers in the Department of Tourism and Integrated Communications, and I am a lecturer for ecotourism. So I'm very excited to be here to share insight with everyone who will be here today. So relax, enjoy, have an open mind, and let's all be ready to learn from each other. So this morning, I would just like to quickly you join into that network, and the password, I'll repeat it again, VUT exclamation mark 17. If you do have any challenges, kindly locate where I am, and we will try and assist you with getting connected. Thank you very much. And for the ablution blocks, if you need to make use of any of the ablution blocks, kindly, when you leave the door, you make an exit to this door, take a left, and in the glass door, you'll make a right. Into the other glass doors, you take a left, and you'll make use of those ablution blocks on that particular side. Thank you very much. And I would like day. Thank you so much, and I will then hand over to Dr. Chris to continue with the welcome of our dignitaries joining us today. Thank you.
particular forum is on tourism. There is also Department of Women, Youth and Disability. Surely we cannot do without realizing that there are forms of disability in our community. One way or the other, there is some form of disability, even among ourselves. Myself, I'm putting on some lenses. It's a form of disability. And there are other forms of disability which all of us we have. And also, I also want to welcome the European Network for Accessible Tourism, fellow institutions who are here. We welcome you to this particular workshop. Please feel at home, engage, learn, and feel at home even at VUT. We may not, I may not be here for the next, for the entire 2 days, but I believe that Prof. Maleo, who is the Dean, would pop up in one of the sessions. Please enjoy your day. Thank you. Where is the lady now? Okay, there she is hiding. Thank you.
May you kindly give Dr. Chris a round of applause again. Thank you so much, Dr. Chris, for that. So nextly, we'll be taking a message of support from one of my colleagues as well, Professor Legauta, who is the HOD of our department, and I'm excited to hear what she has to say. Over to you, Prof. Thank you. You may approach the podium. May we kindly have a round of applause for her as she walks to the podium. Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. As the introductions have been made, my name is Dimpo Legauta. I'm currently the HOD in the Department of Tourism and Integrated Communication at Vaal University of Technology. I'm here to give a message of support for this summit. I would like to greet everybody this morning, and I firstly want to appreciate the presence of people from different departments, as the Dean has indicated. We do have people from the Department of Higher Education, and we do have people from the Department of Tourism. We also have delegates from National Department of Women, Youth and People with Disabilities. And we also have representatives from different universities as we work together as universities of institutions of higher learning in South Africa. I would like to welcome everybody and appreciate your presence in this summit. The theme for today is about Africa's journey towards inclusive and accessible tourism. From policy to practice. Colleagues, with this message of support, I'm proudly that our Department of Tourism is accommodating students with disabilities. I'm proud to confirm to the summit members today that we do have students with disabilities in the department, and some of them have already been graduated. So it means that to us it's a good that we do have these summits because those students whom we accommodate in the department as these students with disabilities, we also have to think on how those students are going to be accommodated in the industry of tourism when they complete their qualifications. So it is an assignment to us, and I'm happy that in this summit we'll have some discussions whereby we'll see on how those students with disabilities will be accommodated in the industry of tourism. Colleagues, tourism has to include, or there has to be inclusion of all stakeholders. So if we do have students or people with disabilities, as tourism people, we have to sit down and strategize on how these people will be included in tourism. That's why I'm saying that I'm so happy that this summit is going on today, because we need to sit down as tourism people to see how we can include or how we can implement these policies of inclusiveness of disability people in the tourism industry. Our other mandate as tourism people is to make sure that there's accessibility of tourism to all stakeholders. So it is our responsibilities to have summits like this one, whereby we can sit and see on how each and every stakeholder can have access to tourism. Colleagues, there are policies, as I indicated, that we do have people from Department of Tourism. There are tourism policies that binds us to accommodate each and every stakeholder in tourism. And to implement those policies, it is our responsibilities to make sure that those policies that are set by the government, they are implemented. So, colleagues, I want to indicate to you that it is the mandate of tourism to make sure that everybody is included, including people with disabilities. So I'm happy that this summit is going on, and I believe that in this summit we'll also touch the issue of collaborative theory, whereby we make sure that all stakeholders can access tourism. So it is an assignment, colleagues, to you to go to think about the policies of tourism that says that tourism must be accessible to everybody. The policies that says that everybody must be included in tourism. I want us to go and think about this as tourism people to see on whether we are implementing those government policies that talks about inclusiveness. So that is the issue that I wanted to raise to you, as some of you being researchers in tourism, that colleagues, let's go back and reflect on whether we are implementing this policy that says that everybody must be included in tourism. So that is my word of today, colleagues, to say that I'm giving you an assignment to go think about us on whether we are implementing what we are supposed to implement. At this stage, colleagues, that's my assignment to you, to go check on whether we are implementing what the policies are saying regarding tourism and inclusiveness of everybody in tourism. So at this point, Program Director, I would like to thank you for this opportunity. And I would like everybody to enjoy this summit. I believe that we are going to learn and it's going to benefit all of us. Thank you very much, Program Director, for the opportunity. Thank you.
We can do better than that. I would like to think that I am in a room with stakeholders who are very excited to be here. So I'd love to get that energy from everyone. Excited to be here. Are we excited to share some change in our communities? I'm very happy. Okay, so next we'll be making a welcome to the Managing Director of the European Network for Accessible Tourism, abbreviated as INAT. And we are welcoming Dr. Ivo Ambrose, who will be elaborating, or rather speaking on why accessible, disability inclusive tourism matters now. Dr. Ivo Ambrose, over to you, sir. We will be broadcasting, so kindly pay attention and take all the notes that you need to take, and we're able to engage after that. Thank you. Dr. Ivo, over to you, sir.
Tabanda, are we on? Hello, would you like me to begin? I can't hear anything.
Yes, we can.
Okay, good. Let's go. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And after these small technical hiccups, I'm Ivor Ambrose from the European Network for Accessible Tourism. which lists accessible tourism suppliers. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later. So here we are talking about tourism for all. I don't come out with a clear academic definition of accessible tourism and tourism for all, but I try to illustrate what we mean by making tourism accessible for everyone. I'm showing a photograph here with some Europeans visiting Vietnam, I think it was, with cycle rickshaws. There are people out sand jogging in Mallorca, that is, where people with disabilities can also participate on an equal level with others. There's a gentleman in a wheelchair looking at a statue in the Acropolis Museum in Athens. A young lady incredible metro system that they have there and all the routes that they might wish to take. So everybody is concerned about accessibility in tourism. This is our point. Why does accessible tourism matter particularly now? Well, let's look at three things: the legislation and the changing patterns of demographics and the market. Legislation already mandates non-discrimination of persons with disabilities and equitable access to goods and services according to human rights conventions, and these conventions are increasingly being applied in national legislation. So accessible tourism, you might say, is a right and should exist everywhere, particularly since we know that the UNCRPD has been signed by the vast majority of the countries. 165 countries already signed it. So there's a growing market of tourists, of course, who need good accessibility to experience the joys of travel and to continue traveling. And in particular, I'm thinking about seniors, as we call them, and multi-generational family groups. Tourists with disabilities as well, and persons with long-term health conditions, all of these make up 20 to 25% of tourists. And of course, there is an unmet demand in the tourism value chain, and that presents an opportunity for businesses and destinations to innovate, to create and improve accessible offers, increasing their market share. Yes, I mentioned the UNCRPD, and this year it will be 20 years since it was introduced. You know the UNCRPD, I'm sure it aims to promote, protect and ensure full and equal enjoyment of all human rights and fundamental freedoms by all persons with disabilities, and to promote respect for their inherent dignity. 1.3 billion people around the world have a disability, and the particular Article 30 that we often refer to requires equal access to participation in cultural life, including leisure, tourism and sport. Countries, and that is the member states and in the European Union as a whole, has signed up to the UNCRPD, and we're all trying to put this into practice. Let's look at something very interesting about the demographics. The growing senior market needs good access, of course, and with some figures from Travelability USA, 20% of the US population will be over the age of 65 in 2030. The average 50-plus traveler anticipates spending about $6,847 on travel in 2025. This is from a study that was done last year. We've got some other figures coming in the wrong order. Sorry, 70% of all the American adults were actively planning travel in 2025. They already account for most travel spending in the US. And of course, disability rates increase significantly with age. So there is an interface here between, or a cross-sectional impact here between disability and aging, of course. So this is a large and growing market. And of course, we have also, sorry, that came twice, strangely. Okay. We've also done some studies in Europe about travelers with mobility and access needs in 5 countries. This was published just last year. A portrait of European travelers with disabilities. In terms of international travel in the past months, we can see from this slide, I'm just showing one or two slides from the study, but it's a very big study, in France, Germany, Italy, Spain and United Kingdom. On average, 91% of European travellers with accessibility needs have taken an international leisure trip in the past 12 months. Let's go on. Almost half of the travellers with accessibility needs travel at least once a year, and 32% of the British respondents are travelling 2 to 3 times a year, more than other respondents of other European nationalities. So in the graphs that I'm showing you, that the UK respondents are the light blue on the right here. So as you can see, on average, they travel more often than the others. We see that also, moving on, I just have to hit the right button. The average spend of the Europeans then is somewhat less than USA. It was 3,000 with disability, people with disabilities. This is counting all age groups. So $3,163 on average in the past 12 months, and an average of 2.1 international leisure trips. This study also examined where people have visited in the past 3 years. And of course, Europe ranks in the number 1 with 75% of respondents traveling to Europe, 24% in the USA, and in third position, Africa, with 13% of the respondents. So that's just to give you an idea of the size and the spending power of the market. And as we've said already, tourists, let's say, come in all shapes and sizes. The point is that if they have disability, if they have an access need, the point is for the tourism sector, we need to let them in. And this was our appeal way back in 2006 when we started ENAD. And we're still using the same old slide here to remind the tourism sector that they have a duty and also an opportunity to let people in. Now, it is also a bit of a misconception that accessibility only concerns people with disabilities. And as I pointed out, seniors, but also families with small children and people with temporary disabilities also need good access. So accessibility is in fact about all of us. It ensures inclusion, full participation of everyone. As this small cartoon shows, produced by Design for All Foundation, also many years ago, they pointed out that accessibility is essential for the 10 to 15% of the population nowadays that have a disability. Accessibility is necessary for 40% of the population who have some kind of access need. They may not call themselves disabled, but they have an access requirement when traveling. And of course, with good access, this is comfortable for 100% of the population. So it's really a very positive thing to work on accessibility. Accessibility tourism needs to be open to everyone. Just to underscore, disability or restrictions can be related to mobility and dexterity, blindness and low vision, deafness, hard of hearing, cognitive disability, intellectual disability, neurodiverse conditions, which we are hearing more and more about and concerned about in these years, long-term health conditions, temporary impairments, recovery after illness or surgery, age-related conditions of all kinds, and of course, just general frailty is also impacting people's ability to travel. And we shouldn't forget that 70% of disabilities are invisible. So we call these invisible or not visible disabilities. We don't call them hidden disabilities, because that would imply that people are trying to hide something. No, it's simply that you can't always tell from looking at someone if they have a disability. So that's why it's so important to ask your guests, how can I help you? Because there may be something that they need that you're not aware of. So we shouldn't be so quick to judge. Not all disabilities advertise themselves with a wheelchair. Some look just like a standing person in this little cartoon figure. So what are the problems? What are the issues really? Well, for the visitors, the problem about access requirements is that travel is difficult because it's unpredictable. because it's sometimes even impossible. Because there's a lack of information, lack of choice about accessibility. And of course, from time to time, the quality of the infrastructure, the transport, the services and information varies from place to place. So you don't find what you're expecting, you don't get what you need. And of course, there's a lack of access standards or awareness of access standards as well. And this increases uncertainty for the visitors. It reduces the travel options and allows a lack of accountability to prevail as well. We talk about universally designed tourism for all, and I'll touch on universal design again in a moment. And really, it's about making environments and venues and services suitable for the widest range of customers, including all those I mentioned before. And accessibility really is essential for everyone to enjoy an equal opportunity for their tourism experiences. So, what are tourism businesses doing? What are they thinking? I think the problem for the many businesses is that the accessible tourism market is relatively unknown, and it seems difficult to attract these visitors through the existing channels. So visitors' needs and requirements are very often unknown or misunderstood. I'm very sorry, I've got somebody calling on the doorbell. I never anticipated that. So just have to stop one moment and I'll open the door. Sorry, really awkward. That was a delivery, and the driver's just bringing something to the house. Okay. So another point about the business is the investment costs. These are often misunderstood or exaggerated, and access is really often seen as a problem rather than this golden opportunity I want to talk about. They're unaware of the good practices and the easy wins that are possible. And we also have to look at the destination managers and the authorities. I think in many countries there's a lack of political leadership on accessibility, and it's not seen as a quality factor in tourism development. There's a lack of awareness of international commitments and standards that we've talked about. And the visitors' needs and requirements are often framed in terms of disability legislation alone and not as advantages for the widest market. Investment costs are misunderstood and often exaggerated, as we heard from businesses. And access is generally seen in terms of compliance, where businesses are thought to resist rather than seeing that golden opportunity. So moving on to part 3, the supply of accessible tourism services throughout the value chain. When we say accessible, then we need to think about these 4 main areas. Information, that is how we get the information, how the customer finds the information through websites, mobile apps, access guides, if they exist. In the transportation chain, vehicles, terminals, transfers and assistance. In infrastructure, about the traveler's journey are accessible. And of course, as we've heard before, the chain is only as strong as the weakest link. So in that chain, from planning right through to leaving a travel destination, if any one link of the chain is broken, this will make the trip inaccessible for some, or quite likely spoiled for many. So just checking again, what do we mean by accessibility to us? Accessibility means it's a way to provide inclusion, comfort and safety. It's about sustainability as well, and good customer service. In fact, it's about the quality of the tourism offer. Inclusion means being part of a society for all, in which every individual has the same rights and responsibilities, and being accepted and having an active role to play. In terms of comfort and safety, accessibility provides comfortable and safe solutions for everyone. Accessible solutions reduce hazards and help to prevent accidents. In terms of sustainability, through the application of universal design, especially in the earliest stages of design, accessibility contributes to sustainable development because it provides solutions which are suitable or easily adaptable for everyone, and that reduces the need for later changes and modifications. So this means you're saving energy. You don't have to do things twice or three times. You're saving time and work time, you're saving money, and contributing to better quality over longer time for the destinations and the visitors. So this is a very important aspect of sustainability. It's a very practical way of seeing how accessibility relates to sustainability. It's not just about the, let's say, social dimension of sustainability, where we're concerned that everyone should be able to play a part and be effective, but it has some very practical impacts as well. And of course, tourism is about good customer service. And fundamentally, it means businesses have to respect their customers, but essentially know the customer's needs. If you don't understand what the customer needs, you can't deliver excellent customer service. The customer should be at the heart of everything we do, and a satisfied customer will repeat the visit and bring back other customers as well. So, touching on universal design, we've mentioned this word a couple of times, and within the framework here I'm showing three circles. Accessibility is the mechanism that we aim for to achieve accessibility through improving the usability of places, products and so on, making things more effective, efficient, and giving customers, visitors satisfaction. And universal design is the way to ensure equity and equality, that people are not stigmatized, and there is this intersectionality between different aspects of a person and their experience and their needs and preferences, which are all influencing the conditions for participation. Here's a simple idea that is also quite deep, quite important. If you look on the left, you can see there was an existing building which had a step to the front door. And we come along afterwards and think, okay, we need to get some easier access here for people who are using a wheeled device, maybe a rollator that people walk with, or it may be a wheelchair, it may be somebody with a pushchair with a small child. So someone has made a plump needing something to improve the situation that was insufficient before. But on the right-hand side, we see a picnic bench where a cutting has been made in the seating to allow a wheelchair user to roll up to the table. And we also see one of the benches, part of the bench has a backrest as well. So this is a universally designed approach, a universal solution, which from the beginning is conceived of being suitable for everyone. So it's not in terms of an add-on, but it's thinking about the different needs of different people who are coming to sit at a picnic bench. So it's about treating people with dignity, meeting variation with various flexible mechanisms in the solution. We have to move beyond this pattern of thought based on a norm and a deviation from the norm. We need to explore this shift in categorization beyond us and them. One of the spokespersons came up with this theory is Per-Olof Hedvall from Sweden, working with a group of researchers. Very interesting to read and to know. So really, we should move away from some of the stereotypes. And just one point about the language here that we use. Disability is part of life and human diversity, not something to be dramatized or sensationalized. So it's not necessary to talk about courageous or brave or people having overcome their disability. It's part of people's existence, part of their being. And there's the people with disabilities are really the same as everyone else in terms of talents and abilities. And portraying persons with disabilities as intrinsically vulnerable is inappropriate. This comes from United Nations Disability Inclusion Strategy 2019 on Disability Inclusive Language and Guidelines. This guideline says, by adopting language that celebrates diversity, we will contribute to strengthening the human rights model of disability and to creating a more inclusive United Nations. At the same time, inclusive language is a key tool in combating ableism and its entrenched manifestations. Ableism, they say, is a misguided and biased understanding of disability that leads to the assumption that the lives of persons with disabilities are not worth living. So ableism can take many forms, including harmful language. In terminology, then, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities sets the standard that we must all follow. Let me move on to policies, legislation and standards. How are the policymakers, how are our laws and standards helping to bring tourism into the world, accessible tourism for everyone into the world? I go back to the UNCRPD. It builds on these two main principles to ensure equal opportunities: accessibility everywhere and for all, and reasonable accommodations that are provisions that support equity without imposing what's called the reasonable burdens on the operator. This is a balance, and this is something which is accepted in UNCRPD, and it is something that legislators have to work with, but every business is also working with these aspects, or should be. Just to remind you that Article 30 on participation in cultural life, recreation, leisure and sport states that states parties should recognise the right of persons with disabilities to take part on an equal basis with others in cultural life, and shall take all appropriate measures to ensure that persons with disabilities enjoy access to cultural materials in accessible formats, enjoy access to television programs, films, theatre, other cultural activities in accessible formats, and enjoy access to places for cultural performances or services, again, such as theatres, museums, cinemas, libraries, and tourism services. So these are the fundamental principles, really, behind much of the legislation which has come into play. In Europe, where I mentioned that the European Union and all the member states have signed up to the UNCRPD, we've seen two important pieces of legislation that came into place in the European Union Web Accessibility Directive in 2016, and then in 2019, the European Accessibility Act. Both of these are targeting some very specific issues, and they have mostly to do with the digital world. So obviously, Web Accessibility Directive, which mandates that the public sector websites shall be accessible according to the standards that are expressed in the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, which itself has become a standard. And in the European Accessibility Act, there are further requirements on digital services, on e-commerce, that already now by 2025, when the Act came into full force, that businesses that have online services shall make sure that these are accessible to all customers, again, according to the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, and that there are penalties for businesses that don't comply with these regulations. There is only one small part of the European Accessibility Act, and that is in an annex which refers to the accessibility of the built environment. And again, it refers to the built environment where ICTs, information and communication technologies, are placed, like ATMs or any kind of technology that is used to further e-commerce or e-business. These have to be, if they're in a building, then that building has to be accessible. So we don't have full accessibility in terms of built environment in Europe as a European regulation, but in each country of the European Union there are, of members. This is a project really that's running, its fourth year now, 2026, and at the website that I'm showing there, accessible-eu-center.ec.europa.eu, you will find a lot of resources on how to achieve accessibility. This is targeting both academics but also practitioners. We have a lot of activities going on in the Accessible EU Centre. You will get a copy of these slides afterwards, so you don't need to write all these things down right now. So how's it going in the EU? Well, we see that EU tourism sector generates over 20 million jobs and contributed about 7% of the EU's gross value added, roughly 807 billion euros. This was in 2024, I think. But there are some problems. In Europe, we're experiencing very unbalanced demand and over-tourism, particularly in certain destinations in Spain, France, Germany, and Italy. And these are the four countries that account for more than 60% of overnight stays in Europe. There's also this very strong seasonality of demand, and this is putting pressure on infrastructure, also on housing, because of the short-term rental sector that's moved strongly into cities in Europe, but it also puts demands on natural resources and on the local communities that support tourism. So a new strategy is called for, and this new strategy is expected in June 2026 on tourism, calling for stronger adaptation to climate change, the geopolitical pressures, and also encouraging rapid technological transformation. And I should also mention that we've heard from the Commissioner for Tourism and Transport that accessible tourism will be addressed in the new strategy. So we're looking forward to this and continuing to lobby hard to make sure that there are also resources allocated to improving accessibility in tourism in Europe. Let me just mention a couple of the important standards that we refer to in our work and which businesses and destinations should know about. There's the ISO 21902, Tourism and Related Services, Accessible Tourism for All, Requirements and Recommendations standard from 2021, and also in 2021, a new European standard on accessibility of the built environment. Now, what about standards? The thing is about standards, very few people actually know about them, and even less people actually buy them, read them, and use them. So, UN Tourism, which initiated the Tourism for All ISO standard, came up with an idea which I think is very practical and very important. To make user guides for the public and private sector organizations and destinations based on the standard, because standards can also be difficult to read and understand. So we have 6 user guides which can be downloaded from the ENAC website, and these give, I think it's 11 points that the operators should know about in terms of what is in the standard, but more practically, what to do. So these are a kind of a checklist of things that will help you meet the requirements and recommendations of the standard. So how do you apply ISO standard in terms of recommendations for key players in management of natural resources? There are also recommendations for key players in the cultural tourism ecosystem. Also requirements and recommendations for public administrations and tourism destinations, and for accommodation and the transport sector and so on. So these guides, as I said, available from the obviously UN Tourism, but also the ENAC website, also very important, is one on those for cultural tourism, focusing on the heritage, the monuments, historic areas, how to deal with accessibility in these places, museums and so on. So very practical, useful guides that we've also been working on with the UN Tourism. We have also a couple of important strategies and action plans which are at the global level, actually. There was a San Marino conference the second conference after 2014 in San Marino, which is a small state within Italy. There's an action agenda which has been set out with targets to be reached by 2023. And last year, INAT held the World Summit on Destinations for All, where the Torino Manifesto on Tourism for All was also passed by the participants. And in this summit manifesto, we have several targets for how to improve the accessibility of tourism up to 2030. And a couple of actions coming out of the Torino Manifesto, which are supported by the United Nations Tourism Organization, are that we will create an accessible tourism observatory to gather data and to publish this data on an annual basis, which we started on in 2025 and are working towards. And secondly, the UN Tourism will also start up again its competition, award for accessible tourism destinations. And there'll be a call for candidates in this competition in 2026. So that was what's happening in Europe. That's my background. That's what I know best. And what I'm really interested to know more about is how things are going in South Africa and what are your plans. Now, I'm not going to pretend that I can read the tea leaves and see how things are going to work out in South Africa, but I'm sure you're going to spend a lot of time today and tomorrow discussing the issues that are important to you and the good practices that we can already find in South Africa. I just want to flag up this project that we've had running for many years now, the Pantu Accessible Tourism Directory. The word Pantu is a Greek word, it's everywhere. And this is a catalogue of suppliers which you can find at pantu.org. We have a map of the world there, and somewhere down here we have a couple of registered suppliers, and it's free to register on this portal. We have a couple from South Africa, interestingly, and a few up in, I think it's Kenya there, and Zimbabwe perhaps. What each supplier gets by registering with this portal is a page. This is of course side by side, but they get a profile page, and one of these is called Epic Enabled. You might know them because they've been around for many years and working in South Africa to deliver accessible tourism out in the bush, also in the cities. I think they have a guest house as well. And you can't read all the small text on this page, but what the profile does is gives a description of the services, the types of visitors that they can cater for, based on some disability descriptions, and also this is really just a signposting site. It's to enable, as we say, B2B, business to business, to find other businesses that are working in the same area, and also as a flag to customers. If the customer finds this, they can get the information to contact directly the business through their website or by email. There's a QR code to save it here and go directly to this page. So this is one of the services that we have at INAT, pantu.org. Accessible tourism suppliers of all kinds, from tourist guides right through to owners of businesses, car hire and that kind of thing. 70 different types of tourism service suppliers we can accommodate here. And what else do we need to think about? Well, we see things from both the top down and the bottom up when we're talking about developing destinations. And that means thinking of the destination as part of an international destination. Whatever you're doing as a business, down this inverted triangle is showing that at the business level, you also need to be connected to the local destination, from the local to the regional to the national, and then to the international. We're all part of a system in tourism, and you don't know where tourists are going to come from or how they find you, but they will find you if you have an integrated approach in your country at your destination. So it's a lot about destination management. We have to look at it from a top-down point of view. And the bottom-up means you have to be able to influence, but also be supported by those at the top. So in terms of supporting accessible tourism, we would say it's very important that at the national and regional level, there are policies and action plans that are developed in cooperation with tourism actors and stakeholders. We think it's important to engage with international networks and to look across the fence, see what others are doing, learn from good practices, learn from their examples and their mistakes. And then, of course, a key factor is skills development, training and education for the tourism sector and in the tourism sector of those who are already active and working in the sector. Vital, of course, to improve the offer, to improve the infrastructure and activities through adaptations, accessibility measures, and finally to improve communication and information, both to businesses and also to visitors. Without the communication, you're not, that very last step makes all the others useless, really. You have to communicate to your visitors, yes, we are accessible, we have this, 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 and this. We don't have that and that and that. But if you tell people in your visitor guides what you do have and what kind of issues they may encounter, then the person will be able to, and the group will be able to decide for themselves if they can manage and if they will come to you. So it's about implementing accessibility with a universal design approach from start to finish, ensuring an inclusive experience for all, and as we often say, leaving no one behind. Just a couple more references here. We have created a guide which we developed actually a few years ago for the tourism agency authority in Portugal. A guide, a handbook on accessible tourism destination management with, even 14 chapters covering all the different aspects of developing an accessible tourism policy and putting it into practice. So this is also a reference that you can find through the ENAM website, or you can write to us for it. And for everyone involved in tourism, it's always important to know where you stand and before you find out how and where to go and how to get there. So you need to audit your policies, your premises, your services, and have experts supporting you to audit your buildings, your facilities, make an access improvement plan, implement the improvements with trained staff, and measure the effects of your actions. It's important to carry out user satisfaction surveys, to gather testimonies, and also to examine the return on investment, because this is something that all the sector needs to know more about, that there is a good return on investment if you follow all the 5 steps I just mentioned, and don't forget to tell the visitors so that they can come and enjoy the good exit. And that means also to use environmental and social indicators, which we hope to develop with that Accessible Tourism Observatory to provide tools for businesses to measure their accessibility and to feed this information into a large database so that we can produce these results at a global scale. So really, accessible tourism, after all, it's not a special kind of tourism. It's about making every kind of offer accessible and inclusive. Whether it's in accommodation or restaurants or shopping or tourist attractions, it's all kinds of tourism for all kinds of people. I just want to mention one small thing at the end here. We had a colleague, Dr. Scott Rains, who sadly passed away in 2016. He was an American travel writer, consultant, advocate for disabled people, and he advised governments, including I think South Africa, back in the day, traveling around the world, giving his thoughts and ideas. There's a text here from a seminar that he prepared on inclusive tourism as a development strategy in Maputo, Mozambique, back in 2013. And there he talks about ensuring that you also think about employees with disabilities. Must, for reasons of practical survival, become experts on the accessibility of their employer's venue, their city, their country. Their expertise is
sought out by travellers with disabilities and seniors. Their very presence in a workforce communicates welcome to the guest with a disability. It suggests that the built environment and management culture of an enterprise has grasped the importance of inclusion. Such a venue has a strong chance of becoming a destination of choice for this growing travel sector. So really it's about universal design, tourism for all, to encourage the widest range of customers to feel welcome and enjoy tourism experiences independently or together with others. Thank you very much for your attention. Sorry for the interruptions in between. I hope that's given you some food for thought, and we can have a short discussion now. I have to leave in about 10 minutes, but if it's possible to have a discussion online here through the portal, through the this link, I'll be very pleased to take some questions. Thank you. Now, good?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I was saying thank you so much for wonderful presentation that you shared with us. Let's hear if there are some questions from the audience while the speakers are still here. I hope you
Thank you.
join us later. Is there anyone who would want to?
But at our website, accessibletourism.org, we're going through some changes now, so we're going to make a more community-based website where members and viewers can share their thoughts and contact each other. Because we don't want to be inspired people away. We want everybody to feel where everyone wants. So talk about engagement, tourism, food for thought. For all of you there, thank you very much. It's been a pleasure to join you.
Thank you so much.
All the best to you and all the best to your network. Thank you. Okay, I'll sign off now. Thank you. And have a very good couple of days together. Bye-bye.
Notable. Okay. Thank you so much to Dr. Ambrose for that beautiful keynote that he's given us. And I think if you do have a question in the audience, I think there are a few of you. Kindly just give your questions to Mr. Moitima, and he will definitely send it to Dr. Ambrose, and you will definitely get a response to your question. So just because he's not here doesn't mean you cannot ask. We are engaging, and we're ensuring that we have actionable responses to accessibility in tourism. So without wasting of time, I'll be calling forth Dr. Makuya to come and give us the objectives for this particular summit. So Dr. Makuya, over to you, sir. May we kindly have a round of applause for him. So we need to be a vibrant house. We really need to be a vibrant house. Every time I call someone on the podium, so we kindly just clap when they leave as well. We kindly just clap to encourage and also to show that we're alive. Right? Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our driver, and we would like to acknowledge the leaders that are with us. It's our honor to have leaders from tourism. We acknowledge you. It's also our honor to have dignitaries from higher education, as well as Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. We also acknowledge members of staff from VUT, as well as acknowledging organizations in the private sector, other universities like UJ, UNISA, and the TVET colleges, as well as organizations who are in the disability space. And we can't do anything related to disability without having all stakeholders. So my duty here is to share the objective of our conversation, which is mainly aligned with the theme that we are sitting here. Maybe to give a brief background so that at least we can align what we are going to have as dialogues and engagements from a VUT point of view, as well as ANATAS, where I'm a member that affiliates to. So by virtue of the background that accessible tourism or disability tourism has been, in Africa, let me say, has been a bit on a silent side. But in the rest of the globe, I think there have been efforts that have been done. So with that understanding, if we recall our movements in tourism, there are a lot of international tourists who come, and majority of the industry, they actually take value from that. So that's where the concern who have got a background of having accessibility. And when they come, according to research, majority of them, they stay in their cruise ships instead of coming to inland, as well as some local tourists who have got access needs, who also need to have a tap or to share the heritage that the African continent as well as South Africa has. So with that background I think maybe let me throw in where maybe I got into picture. I had, since 2017, I was working as a volunteer researcher in the disability space, specifically under National Council for People with Disability, as well as South Africa Disability Alliance. So with that, while I was engaging with them, the aim of engaging with them is because I also have family members with disabilities. As time progressed, somehow there were some issues with my visual that emerged in process, not by willing, but by, I think, nature. So with that, that's where we started working from another institution. Then later, that's when the Faculty of Human Sciences leadership had an interest to say, can we appoint an adjunct person whose leg is in the disability sector, as well as
the other leg, who is an academic. So that's where the connection of Anathas came in for VUT. So as VUT, we decided, or we realized that based on the research, actually globally, there is no university that has got a research interest on accessibility. And majority of work that is in the space of accessible tourism and disability tourism, it's actually work from rehabilitation and health. And of late, social work is also throwing in. So that's where VUT is emerging to say we would desire to establish a research focus that speaks to disability and tourism as the starting point. However, remember, tourism is multifaceted. So that's where you'd find the fields in the Faculty of Human Sciences. They are coming in. And now from that angle, the idea behind all that is another members who are in the disability space, like Pro Access, SADA itself, and different organizations who are in the disability space. So Anathas acts or work as a community of practice that speak to the academic institution that desire to build resources for teaching and learning, resources for research, knowledge development, as I think as indicated by Ivo, that there is a bit of tricky that the geography of disability and tourism movement in terms of tourists as well as the labor is not yet established. So those are some of the areas where VUT is aiming to bring forth value from knowledge co-creation, so that knowledge on local and international. With that same concept, there are issues to do with labor and employment co-creation that Anathas is also part of, as well as it's intending to grow, so that somehow we address our African issues of unemployment. We speak, or when we youth with disability. So we are youth with or with disabilities are supposed to be employment and labor creation. However, that cannot happen unless perspective is understood, human rights in mind. That's where we are saying as an ecosystem. And as an ecosystem, it needs almost every stakeholder. And how do we do it while holding hands? Instead of saying you are failing here, you are failing here. And that's why the presence of national departments are here to also say we are here and we would want to his or her role as a stakeholder. That includes empowering on how to be actively involved in the mainstream. So currently, we are aiming to have practical, applicable pathways from these conversations that we are going to do. And we, as VUT, we are going to make sure that we work with all stakeholders and keeping them on the loop in every step that we would be in need of stakeholders. And currently, yes, we managed to have a relationship with INET. We managed to have relationships with Pro Access, and we are in progress to be in a relationship with other institutions and organizations. And within that, there is also individual researchers and educators who are part of the community of practice. And as what Ivo was unpacking, we are desiring to have African context that has got resource centers, that has got issues that are addressed from an African or South African perspective to address our issues. So with that, I think let me hand over to the MC so that we can incept the conversations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that, Tawanda. Now we move to the different discussion sessions that we're going to have, or other dialogue sessions that we're going to have. May I kindly have all the representatives, I think you have been informed, to come and join me here in front for the panel sessions and the discussions. So the first one, we've got Mr. Jabu as the moderator for this session. May you kindly come forward. Senzo. Mr. Senzo, may you kindly come forward. You'll be the moderator for the session. Thank you so much. And he will be joined by Professor Berger from VUT. We also have a representative from ANATH. May you kindly come forward. Department of HET, representative, kindly come forward. Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, kindly come forward. Pro-Access, Universities, TVET and Colleges representative. Local authorities, which also includes SALGA, may you also kindly come forward. Mental Health Federation of South Africa, may you kindly come forward. Deaf Blind SA representatives, kindly come forward. Private sector, student and youth representative from the Department of Tourism, also a representative from South African Disability Alliance, and lastly, SAGE and Assistive Device Organization. May I kindly have all representatives from these various organizations come forward. So this discussion will be focused on to establish how accessibility of persons with disabilities and other individuals with access needs to be mainstreamed throughout the tourism, hospitality, leisure, recreation, and wildlife conservation value chain from a customer market perspective. May we kindly listen, have an open mind, and be ready to engage. Over to the moderator. You're the moderator.
Yeah. Should I stand? Am I facing the crowd? Yes, you're facing the crowd. That's my stand. Oh, but am I visible? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Sanbonani. Dumelang. Right. My name is Senzo Mbonambi. I'm from an awesome organization called Lead Change Development. We are based in Soweto, in Johannesburg. Predominantly what we do is we do ICT training for persons with disabilities, and post them, then we place them into economic opportunities and employment, of which some we also encourage to start income generating businesses. We are also here with one of our formidable partner, who happens to be Sage, which will join us in the second session. Before we begin the panel discussion, where we look at the journey of a person with a disability, especially from the market side of things, as to how accessible are some of the products that are available out there, I just want us to take a step back so that we can appreciate the moment in which we find ourselves in. You know, as persons with disabilities, I myself, as a visually impaired person, yes, I know I'm wearing shades and I've got nice, I hide them. We come from an era where persons with disabilities were not necessarily fit for purpose. In a different era, when the evolution spoke to war, persons with disabilities were not included. As persons with disabilities, it was in the time of war right now, I don't even think I'll be alive. by virtue of me just being blind. Because during war, how would I then see the enemy? So I'm not fit for purpose. You were to look at a person who's hard of hearing or mute, how will they hear the horn or the war cries? Not fit for purpose. Physically disabled, cerebral palsy, you don't have enough power to throw a spear, you are off balance, not fit for purpose. You can't use your lower limbs, or today we'll say wheelchair bound. You can't navigate to get there. So persons with disabilities in this regard, not fit for purpose, totally useless, then they were killed. As a result, majority of the families decided that if a child with a disability is born, especially during that era, then that person will be hidden at home. Because by virtue of that, it's just to ensure that they don't face the atrocities of which they might be confronted by, should they confront some of these communities. Fast forward today, in the democracy in South Africa, we've come a long way for a person like myself to sit amongst you guys and moderate a session like this. Because then democracy has given some of us a voice. You know, it's given us a platform for us to be able to share our experiences, voice out our opinions, walk in the streets, partially feel safe. A lot can still be done. But if you are looking at it from a democracy point of view, a lot of the challenges of which you are facing now are historical challenges that are inherited from the past, because we still have persons with disabilities who are still hidden at home out of shame or whatever else. That, on that said note, let's move. But didn't make anyone cry, right? Right, let's move on. Now, you know, if I was to say to each and every one of you present here today to close, imagine a person with a disability, maybe at an apartheid museum in Johannesburg. I myself will not imagine that person with a wheelchair inside the museum. Do you want to know what I'm imagining? My imagination tells me that person with a disability is that person you are confronted by as soon as you get or at the entrance of the museum, who's sitting on a wheelchair, has a very dirty blanket that covers their legs with a very dirty container. I don't know, maybe it used to be margarine or butter, but now you can't even see the branding anymore, who's asking for 2 rands. They are not inside the museum. They are not accessing the museum. Is it a case of accessibility, or is it a case of lack of knowledge, or is it a case of lack of interest? Why are persons with disabilities not inside these museums? So, my panelists, I'm not certain if they're giving you or each and every one of you a microphone, yes? No. So we're gonna have to share this one, all right? Okay, so to each and every one of you here, in just a second or two, I just want to know from you, what are some of the barriers that confront persons with disabilities or tourists with disabilities across their tourism journey that you might know of? Why are we not accessing some of these places that are already available to us? So by virtue of this, I just want you to take the mic, you will say your name, and then you will then give the answer moving forward. I'm passing the mic.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Elisna Berger, and I'm in the Department of Tourism at the Vaal University of Technology. And thank you also for the opportunity to participate in this panel session. I think in terms of the question that's been posed to us as the panelists, that there are many barriers that actually do prevent accessibility of the tourism market. But I think one of the first things that we need to look, if we also look at the value chain, It's in terms of the pre-planning and the booking of experiences or of holidays or of vacations. And oftentimes I feel like websites might not be accessible for certain people with disabilities, and they do not detail also the services that are available for disabled persons, if they are wheelchair friendly, if the rooms are functional for people with disabilities, if the facilities are accessible for people with disabilities in terms of no step-ons or wide pathways and so on. So I think those are some of the issues that we need to address just by means of introduction. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bongani Hlatrayo from Majuba TVET College. It's a pleasure to be here. Just to get into the question, the barriers. I would think that the infrastructure available in some destinations are the barriers, because they are created in such a way that they cannot accommodate people with disabilities. So yes, yeah, I would say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. My name is Beki Temba Langalbalele from the Department of Tourism. With regards to the question that has been posed, what are the barriers that impact people with disabilities from accessing or enjoying tourism facilities? I think the first point is really information, is availability of information. Because visitors make their choices based on the information that has been made available. So if we don't make information available in terms of, what is accessible, within that destination and the levels of accessibility, then visitors will not make a decision to visit that destination. The second reason is the infrastructure, which has been mentioned by my fellow colleague here, that we have to make sure that the infrastructure is in fact accessible to the visitor. Because if it's not accessible, then they may not be able to enjoy the facilities freely. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. I'm Tawanda, and Tawanda Makuyana. From the questions that we have been given, or a question, I have maybe 3 areas that I think research indicates in this context. The first one is genuine ignorance. Usually the industry don't know how to handle access needs people. On the other hand, the training, be it skills and knowledge, it has not yet adopted the competencies that can equip their graduates to be able to handle and to for instance, to develop a product that takes into account access needs of various categories of disability. Then the third one that I want to also to throw a bit of interest, because it will poke a bit of thinking. It's issue of lack of the definition of accessible tourism itself. Currently, there is no research that has defined it, except defining accessible, leaving out the tourism element, and that has been also an issue. We have been talking with other researchers regarding to that. So those things, they stand out because somehow the industry might not be able to see value on what they cannot define or what they cannot understand, and what skills development is not addressing. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Right. Great. Morning, everybody. My name's Mandy Lattimore. For those of you who don't know me, I'm a person with disability. I've been in a wheelchair for 46 years. I'm an elderly white woman with kind of blondish hair, and I'm wearing a shirt and black pants. I don't know. There we go. Okay, I'll sit closer to you. Maybe that'll work. No, it's still going on and off. For me, I think I can just talk without it. You can hear me. I'm loud enough. For me, the first thing that I feel...
Well, from a guideline point of view as to what does that mean. And obviously, from a policy point of view, sometimes the interpretation is left up to us to interpret that. But from a starting point, we must look at what we call the policy. You know, earlier on I was listening to the gentleman from Europe, and he speaks so clearly and so fluently and eloquently because in Europe they have what they call European accessibility standards. We don't have any in Africa. We don't have any at all. Besides that, they also have something, a document of which they also thrive by, which is called a disability protocol document. We don't have any in Africa. It does not exist. So maybe perhaps this could be an opportunity for us to try and explore so that we can match it to the white paper policy, and then we can see as to where something like this could take us. Of course, today I'm with my colleague. My colleague, she's a female colleague of mine. She's very short. Fun fact, when she goes to a theme park in Johannesburg at Gold Reef City, she's not allowed to go on all the nice rides, Anaconda, and so on, because she's short. You know? Sometimes we talk about accessibility as if it's a big giant with big teeth, and it's got a crocodile face, and it's got the body of a horse. No. Sometimes with, when we're talking accessibility, maybe we should match it with its cousin, which is sensitization. Because then perhaps if the staff at the theme park knew that, yes, there is someone who's quite short enough to be at the same level as a child, but who's old enough to get onto the rides, then why do we not have these people going onto the rides? And I don't think it's going to cost that much money. They don't have to reinvent the anaconda to call it the black mamba. No. The only thing that's just simply there is accessibility. Let it be accessible to that average person. And I myself as well, when I'm at the theme park, I'm not allowed to go on the anacondas. Can you imagine a big man like myself riding that small elephant? Can you imagine how embarrassing that is? Right? However, because from a disability perspective, it's all just clustered or put together, and it's persons with disabilities. So if you showcase that you do have a disability, then it becomes a problem. So what do? We hide ourselves. We don't tell anyone that we have a disability because it's not easily spotted amongst us. Right? With that said, colleagues on the panel, we know how can we move and shift some of these destination standards from a basic to maybe a more universal approach that is accessible to everyone else. So maybe from a layman's point of view, I'm simply asking, how can we make restaurants a little bit more accessible, hotels a little bit more accessible, tourism a little bit more accessible? So move it from that basic purview and then move it to a more accessible category. I will start with you, Mandy, because you're the one that ended.
Thank you very much. So for my part, there are two sections of this. The first section is you have to get, let's say, executive buy-in. So anybody who's in the upper echelons who holds the purse strings of existing companies and facilities, they need to become disability conscious and capable and confident. And the way you do that is employing people with disabilities. You saw what Scott Rain said, and he did come to South Africa, and I was very lucky to have the privilege to meet him when he was here. And that was the first thing he was pushing in 2013 when he was here, is to say, we need to employ more people with disabilities, because if I'm sitting here in front of you, you can see my disability. You can see how I battle up the ramps or whatever. I know that there are many hidden disabilities, but if you've got people with disabilities in, I mean, there are amazing restaurants that have deaf people working in the restaurants, and it's phenomenal that you can communicate with them, and if you know how and you know what's happening, and they're there, we're out in society, and I think that's the big thing. We've been saying we hide away our people with disabilities. We have to employ them. They have to be there, because once the company is confident with disability, people with disabilities automatically assume that they'll be able to fit in and be able to cope. So I think that's number one. We have to get the buy-in of the people. And then obviously we have to get the legislation that we have, and this country has the most amazing legislations. We spoke about a couple, but really we've got our white paper, we've got our PAPUDA, we've got many different economic empowerment. We've got these pieces of legislation, and we've got our national building regulations, which so many people just don't follow. And there's no consequences to it. And this is the sad thing, is that we need to stand up and say, listen, your place isn't accessible. I'm renting my offices out of your building, and I want to employ people with disabilities, but there's no ramp in the front and there's no accessible toilet. I'm not renting unless you make it right. And people have to stand up for us and say that. And all of us have to do it. We have to go out and say, this is an inclusive society, and we have the laws in the country. As I said, our Constitution, Section 9, says we have the right. And so we need to make use of that, and we need to start going out and saying to people, I want to come and work for you, but you know what, the facilities aren't correct, so may I have a discussion with your CEO, because I think your company needs to change. And so I do think we need to do that. We need to look at changing people's attitudes on the higher levels, on the executive levels, employing more people, and then making sure that our building environment and our built environment is compliant. And taking people to court. There is the Human Rights Commission, and you can do it. And it's amazing how when people get threatened with legal action, they tend to make things work. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I also agree, and I would like to add few things that can also add value from a low-hanging or from moving from basic to something improved. The first thing, I think, from, let's say, from the restaurant point of view or from accommodation or industry point of view, I think there is need to improve in terms of their communication. Just taking an example, when one navigates on the website, sometimes it's tricky to even figure out, to say, when you choose the booking, maybe you're blind, if you choose the booking, for you to go through the process, it might be a challenge. Then still in that aspect, there are some improvements that AI is contributing. For instance, issues of lighting, there are some aspects that AI is bringing forth. So adopting AI can also improve in some way. Then also, this, I think, it's more of a collaborative issue whereby there is need to develop measuring metrics. And I think for VUT, it's a button that it should be clear. There is no business that cannot be measured. So, for example, HR, if you recruit someone with access needs, in most cases, there is need for that to be accounted for so that it can reflect in the return on investment. So, at the moment, it's one of the things that somehow VUT is also trying to bring on board, where there are various measuring metrics that are calculatable, that are accounting related and economic related, so that the industry can have a clear understanding to say this is a business and we can account for that. Then also the issue of market knowledge. There is need for the industry or for us to come up with mechanism to investigate how to address the needs. For instance, someone who is deaf blind, how can he or she listen to music, or what entertains that person? So unless the industry understand on how to address those needs, it can also make it easier when one travels. You can participate without any challenge. So I think with that, let me pass the baton. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would firstly support Mandy's view that there's a lot of legislation and policies in the country. But I think we need to support adherence to those policies, because the tourism policy, for example, says all tourism facilities should be accessible to all. But that is not the case. So we need to make sure that there's adherence to the policy. Secondly, I would say if you take a restaurant, access to information is important. So if you take a blind guest, they may need to have the menu in Braille. And I have not seen a restaurant that I've been to where a menu is in Braille for customers who are blind, so that they can be able to read the menu. Then the third point is that the training of front office staff. I think in addition to Mandy's point that it would be useful for tourism establishments to employ people with disabilities to offer services to customers with special needs. But over and above that, I think it would be very important for front office staff to be trained in terms of how to provide services to customers with special needs. We have undertaken as a Department of Tourism a program over the last, I think, 3 years or so now. So maybe 10 years. We've supported major tourism attractions and national parks and provincial parks to train front office staff so that they can understand the needs and be able to provide services to customers with special needs. Thank you.
Thank you. In answering the question, one would say knowledge is power. Perhaps in our different sectors, Prof, in our TVET sectors, in our units, we need to create awareness first in the future generations, which is our students. Then we impact the knowledge, or we pass the knowledge to every stakeholders, from the owners of this establishment. But we need to start first with our incoming generations. So we impact knowledge, we create awareness through different sectors in the education sector. Then putting the policy into practice. My colleague spoke a very important issue, adherence. We need to ensure that this establishment, they adhere to the policies. If it comes to a push, they have to revamp their infrastructure to cater for people with disabilities. So be it. And again, for their HR policies, they must have an inclusive approach when it comes to recruitment. Their recruitment should be inclusive in such a way that every member of the society is included, including the people with disabilities. Thank you.
Okay, to answer the question, how can we make the tourism industry more accessible or more inclusive for people with disabilities? I agree with what colleagues have said. We have policies or guidelines in place, but the implementation thereof is often a challenge. And the only way to really ensure implementation is if there's a careful monitoring and evaluation of what's being done in the industry and by the establishment. So that would need to happen in order to ensure also consequences if these things are not being implemented within the industry or within the establishment. But also going back to the value chain of the tourism industry, there are various things that can be done within the value chain to improve the accessibility of the tourism industry. And I think the first thing that we also need to ask ourselves as tourism operators is, what are the needs of people with disabilities? And I always say to my students that people with disabilities have the same needs that we have. It's no different. So can they fully experience the tourism experience or the tourist attraction or the tourism holiday or whatever? And that is the question that all tour operators should ask themselves. Can a person with disabilities fully experience the experience that they have bought or the attraction that they are visiting or whatever the case might be? But in order to also go back into the value chain, I would say that clear information for people with disabilities are required so that they can understand what is available at a destination or at an establishment, whether the destination is disabled friendly or disably friendly, and therefore organizations should make their websites more accessibility friendly by including different formats, not only text but also including videos with captions, for example, or having real images, and also showcasing the disability features or services that they are offering at the destination or at the establishment. So those are some of the examples there. And then also we've talked about some of the, but then also looking at inclusive design, having step-free access for people with disabilities and ramps so that they don't have to struggle to access the establishment. So some of that, and also signage, clear signage that people with disabilities can also know what is available and where should they go for what. and looking at multi-sensory experiences. Some people who have a visual disability cannot see the animal, but then letting them touch, for example, sensory experiences, or hear the sounds, or creating that multiple sensory experiences, and flexible room layout so that it is accommodating for accessibility or for disabled persons. Staff training was mentioned. It's very important for staff to be aware of what the needs of disabled people are, and also how to treat them. As I've said, they are no different than anyone else, so should be treated with the dignity and the respect that they deserve. So also, emphasizing that in staff training so that they don't treat them differently. Something that I think is also important is in terms of flexibility, in terms of the experiences that you provide. So remaining flexible to cater for the needs for people with disabilities. So tailor the experience to their needs. If they have to book in a bit earlier, then allow that flexibility. Don't keep them then to a specific time. So being flexible and also in terms of the itineraries that they follow, and providing assistive equipment within the organizations to assist in improving the experiences. And technology makes this also to use assistive technologies. What's important is the marketing and the branding of organizations, to make sure that as part of the marketing campaigns and the positioning and the branding, that we also brand ourselves as accessibility friendly, or disabled friendly, destinations or organizations, so that can also serve as a point on which you position your organization, and it also makes you known for that. I think that would be my answer in terms of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I'm sitting here, I'm listening to all these fantastic ideas, and I'm even crossing my legs. I want to play devil's advocate here, and I want to be the first one to take off my gloves and be that shrewd businessman. So panelists, I'm the shrewd businessman. I'm no longer Senzo, the blind guy, ne? All right. Would you concur to say that there are business opportunities that are missed on this regard when it comes to persons with disabilities? And it's a simple answer, whether it's a yes or it's just a no. However, I'm thinking to myself, you want me to make improvements to my structure. I need to pay someone who's going to come and install a ramp. I need to pay someone who's going to come and ensure that my restrooms are wheelchair friendly. I need to open up the space so that there's more space for a wheelchair, and then a person who's on a wheelchair can move with ease of access. I need to improve on signage, on lighting. I need to paint my walls with a certain color because of contrast. Because if I don't, then it might trigger someone who has epilepsy. All of these things cost me money. And when I'm looking at the employment quota in South Africa, it's saying at least a minimum of 7%. Okay, so if that 7% turns into a zero, from a business point of view, I'm only servicing the 93%, and I'm still making money. So why should I? Why am I doing it? On hindsight, as I have my gloves off, I also want to just put reference to something else as well, where upon research, one stumbled upon a document that was done by an organization called Access South Africa. Access South Africa says there's a market for persons with disabilities. Because what they're simply saying is, if you're looking at the Tourism Grading Council of South Africa, from a merit and a demerit system, when they go into my establishment and they see that I am accessible, I am then awarded with a certificate, and then it transfers to a listing. From a listing point of view, then I go higher up when people are looking at or looking for accessible establishments. Then I'm higher up there on the list. It then speaks to something else from a business side of things, to say, already currently in South Africa, you have a population of about, say, 600,000 people. That's the demand. If any establishment was to get just 20% from the 600,000, then we can estimate their revenue turnover annually to about 2 billion. Why are we not using such language when we are talking about disability and talking to business? Why do we always have to talk to disability as if we are coming from a very dark space? And all we are looking for is we are looking for a nice hand up that will just lift us. But in actual fact, we too can go and support these economies, especially when it comes to tourism. We can go to these places. We are not asking to access them for free. We are not going there with my last night's empty scuffed in to say, do you have anything that was left over? No, I'm here to buy. I'm a customer. So by virtue of that, I'm just asking the panel, simple yes or no. We can all do it without the mic. Are there missed opportunities here? Business opportunities here?
Challenge, and I've been trying to get this right for many years. Tourism Grading Council started a few years ago and said they were going to include the 3 different disabilities. So you could have an ear, a wheelchair, and an eye. And they were going to send out all their assessors, and they were going to get their gradings to have these different accessible facilities. However, it never worked. Why? They wanted everybody to pay extra. Why should I have to pay extra for you to come and check? Even today, they don't have these conditions, or they have wheelchair friendly. A wheelchair is not friendly. I'm sorry, don't even look at a place. If you read my travel column in the Rolling Inspiration magazine, you'll see I do lots of articles on wheelchair friendly. No such thing as wheelchair friendly, people. It's accessible, it isn't. And it's not, you have to look at the inclusivity. You can't look at facilities for people with disabilities anymore. That doesn't work. If you saw what our previous keynote speaker said, it's universally inclusive. So we've got to look at people with neurodivergence, we've got to look at the elderly, we've got to look at people with hip and knee problems, heart and lung problems, pregnant moms. So it becomes the whole population. So universal access goes to everybody. So now we're not looking, I want facilities for people with disabilities anymore. I want a universally accessible environment. And so that's what we have to do. And we have to start looking at the grading council to say, include this into your grading. We need positions, because yes, we want to go to places that are accessible. So many people ask me, I've just had people right now asking me, accessible apartment in Belito or Mshlonga on the beach. Couldn't find one thing. La Montagne says they're accessible, not accessible. The room's this big. 2 other people say they have facilities, but they don't show the pictures on the website. So how do you know? You have to phone up and ask. It's forever this extra layer. Why should we, as you were saying, have to go to all this extra hassle when it should be there waiting for us? So it's vitally important that we have to look at our grading council in this country and say to them that they have to make the changes now. It can't be an add-on, it has to be inclusive. Sorry, a very long yes or no.
Thank you. I also say yes, it's an opportunity. Maybe let me support that. It happened that I was involved in a research that was commissioned by DSD, I think 2 or so years ago, on cost of disability. And it came out that SARS meets the cost of any renovation or any effort that industry is to bring on accessibility. And that knowledge, I think it's high time also for the industry in tourism to know that, to say, it's not your cost. The government of South Africa has taken that cost. And interestingly, if you look at, I was having a conversation with Ivo, in Europe, their governance are a bit different from what South Africa is doing to cushion. It's an individual issue. So already South African government has cushioned. So it's the industry need to understand that, as well as bringing those opportunities to the young people who have got access needs, because everyone has got a dream to work being a tour guide or to work in the sector, but there's need to make it possible through even role size, inclusion in role sizes, and it's practical. Why am I saying it's practical? I once was in a conversation at one point where they were speaking of marketing as a career, and I stood to say tourism also is a career with role sizes and structure, though it's still, I think, work in progress for people to actually bring that to board, because if role sizes are inclusive, it's easy for HR people to also start not to worry to say, okay, if I recruit someone with access needs in the back office, maybe running my accounts as an accounts manager, how will that be practical? So those operations, there are areas and that can be addressed. Thank you for the opportunity.
No, I'd definitely say yes. I mean, we've heard from Ivo that in the world, 1.3 billion people live with disabilities, which is the potential. And we've heard from Ivo that I think 40% of people with disabilities from Europe will travel once a year. And I think 36% from the UK will travel twice a year. So I think it's a missed opportunity. And also, we must also understand that people with disabilities often travel with a companion. So they never travel alone. So you're also missing out on that opportunity. When you don't make your establishment accessible, you're not only missing on one customer, you are missing out on perhaps two or even up to 5 people. I've also, in one of the research studies, they've indicated that people with disabilities prefer to travel during South Africa. So I think if we make our tourism accessible to people with disabilities, we also address the issue of seasonality as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The answer is yes, but it's something that can be rectified, taking into account what my colleagues have said. I'm in support of that. Thank you.
My answer is also yes, but I just want to say something quick. Research has also shown that people with disabilities, they stay longer within a destination or within an establishment, which also brings monetary value to the economy of that area. And then also people with disabilities whose needs were met when they visited, they are more loyal towards the destination or towards the establishment because their needs were met. And if we look at loyalty, for example, it leads to repeat visitation, it leads to higher spending, and it leads to positive word of mouth. And that also contributes to the value of that market. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I am that man, the devil's advocate. I can hear all of you. I'm still shaking my head. I hear what you are all saying. But remember, we need to get to a point where we look at business from a business point of view, and we are able to sort of kind of separate it from social issues. And as that be that as it may, rather, we should not try and blur the lines. Because we need to understand that in whatever message of which we put out, if it's social, it's social. Then let's get social issues to be resolved by social workers, department, social development, this, that, and the other. But if I'm sitting here from a business side, and this does not make business sense to me, then I won't be encouraged to do it. However, moving forward, I know that now I've touched a few hearts here, and some people are burning with their hands. They want to tell me something else, but it's okay. However, moving forward, I'm looking at universal models in terms of digital applications, and I'm also going to combine this with the last question, where we are looking at marketing materials, and so on and so forth. How important is integration when it comes to this? And I'll give you a 30 seconds narrative with regards to this. There I am, I'm blind. I take my phone, which is a smartphone. It's got a screen reader. I can operate it myself. Yes, I do WhatsApp and the others and whatnot. However, now I want to surprise my partner. I want to go to Mpumalanga. All right. I go into the booking app. Now, on the booking app, I've got no orientation, none whatsoever. I'm not sure whether to move my finger from left to right, top to bottom, or diagonal. However, fortuitously, I managed to select my destination. I managed to select where I am, where I'm going, and then it's for 2 people. And now it's a case, there's a pop-up message that says to me, do you want separate beds, or would you then be in the same space with the person that you're with? My screen reader doesn't focus on the pop-up message. I don't know what's going on. Okay. Fortuitously, I find the next button or the submit button. Now I have to pay. Now I need to move from the booking app to the F&B app or the banking app. I get into the banking app, I request the OTP. Then the OTP comes out saying 50,043. I'm still trying to figure out, is it 50043 or is it 5043? Remember, on the booking app, on the other side, while I'm figuring that out, I'm being timed out. Right? So I go this side to go back to the other side. How important is integration? And how important is it for us when we are designing some of these applications that we have accessibility in mind, and the type of accessibility that is realistic? And how can we have our marketing materials as well being accessed by persons with disabilities appropriately? And we can confidently say, yes, it is accessible. Because if this is a sign, I'm just making an example, sorry, sign language interpreter. If this, for a person who's hard of hearing or deaf, this is a sign for money, then what is the sign for finance? All right? And we need to take this into consideration, the locality of the language. So this time, Mr. Bongane, I will start with you. How important is integration here when it comes to some of these applications that we are using online? I know I am using this terminology so that it combines both the marketing and the accessibility from the digital side of things. Mr. Bongane.
On the basis that we are living in an inclusive society, all sectors of the society should be integrated, such as technology. How do we do that? We need to ensure, even from the manufacturing, that they become user-friendly for every member of the society, including the people with disabilities, because we are in business here. So once you make your equipment or your services to be user-friendly, there will be some form of a loss which will be experienced. Taking into consideration the example that you made, you might end up just quitting the whole thing, but I'm leaving. And when you have this mentality of saying, no, I'm not going there, someone is losing somewhere. So the importance is that we need to ensure that as much as it is a diverse or it is a broad concept, but at the end of the day, the industry is business. So you need to ensure that all the resources are integrated in a manner that will ensure that the investment, there is a return in investment, starting from your equipment that you use, because even the people with disabilities, as you said earlier, they are customers as well. They deserve a good customer service like anyone else. So now, if technology is not integrated, there is a portion of a loss somewhere, and someone will not be pleased when it comes to service. Because if I'm using an equipment which is not user-friendly according to my needs, I will regard that as a poor customer service. And we know the repercussions of a poor customer service, that somewhere, somehow, I will spread a negative word of mouth. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The question brought a bit of what we, as VUT, we are trying to bring forth. For instance, in wildlife conservation, there are few animals that have been assigned sign for sign language. So what it implies is, if someone who is a tour guider, and in the group of the tourists, there is someone who needs sign language, it might imply that raising it's very important, because that brings integration, and even it goes on to when there is information regarding conservation, it means it might be difficult to communicate. Even maybe this goes down to even the secondary level, going even to ECD, because some of conservation terms, they need to be understood from a younger age. And those messages, sometimes when now they are magnified by the industry to say, let's conserve wildlife, it should trigger the certain knowledge that was learned in the formal education system. So with that, I do agree that there is need for integration, and as well as even in marketing and advertising. Thank you.
Thank you. A quick one this time. I just want to say that this is what we should be doing as a primary thing, is to, in society, is to create all the marketing, all the education into accessibility. You know what I mean, to make it accessible for everybody, because of the fact, as you just said, even for training, we've got to have a website, we've got to have training material, we've got to have everything that is universally accessible, rather than having to rely on other people to actually have to come and explain things or do things, like you said with the booking. You know, if you can't get onto the pay and you can't move yourself around a website, how do you actually manage? And it's not fair that you've got to come and ask a friend to come and do your booking for you. So I do think that in technology-wise, we have to look at creating this universal accessibility right from education all the way up, as you say, from basic education. And all the technologies, all your computers, all your games, all these kind of things need to have the back end. Websites have to be converted in order to make them universally accessible. Thank
you. No, I agree. I think it's important that we design online functionalities with accessibility in mind. I think that it's important that all online platforms comply to accessibility standards. I also think that it's important, I think Ivo mentioned this, that online functionalities need to include customer satisfaction surveys, so that visitors can be able to get a sense from those who've been there before how accessible that facility is. Thank you.
Okay, so definitely the integration of digital technology is very important. And I don't think it should be something that should be added on later on. It should be designed with the intent to make it accessible from the very start of the developing process. So it should be usable by all people without having to adapt it later. So it should be created with that intent, that it is accessible for people from different backgrounds and different situations and so on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, panelists. The thing is, with you guys are quite awesome. And I wish that you were the people that are sitting higher up there who were influencing policy. And maybe perhaps this world would look slightly a bit different. Before I close this session, I just want the panels as well to also just maybe one day on a Sunday during the blues or something, just go and have a look at what Stats SA is doing that side and see the challenges of which they are bringing over to our side. Because if you were to speak about ECD here, if you go to Stats SA, then Stats SA does not consider that from a disability point of view, because those people are not counted. Because of the Washington templates that they use to determine a disability, does not look at the disability, but looks at the functionality. So by virtue of this, with different people using different methods to try and determine what disability is, everyone within the disability industry or people who are in business, they tend to choose how to engage. And they will use a certain law that best fits them and suits them at that particular time. So as a result, all I am simply saying is, we already have policies in place. Why can't we just enforce what is written on that policy to say, this is the policy we are working on, whether you are designing an application, you are in construction, you abide by this so that we may move forward. Because everybody else is just, it's like picking fruits from a basket. One wants a banana, the other one wants an apple, the other one wants an orange, but they are all considered to be fruits. So, panelists and the audience, thank you so much for that lovely session. I really enjoyed it. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. I know we're supposed to have a question and answer session, but however, unfortunately, we are out of time. I will say to you, audience, please just keep those questions, and we'll just take about 5 minutes before session 2, and then we can try and address some of those questions. A round of applause once again. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was a beautiful and very insightful session. Have we learned something? Are questions boring? Are we ready to also engage? So it's not just for the panelists, but it's also for the house, right? Because we are coming up with actionable strategies that we can implement when it comes to accessibility and inclusivity within the tourism industry. So at this moment in time, we will be going for a break. So it will be a 30 minutes break. So at 12 o'clock, we will come again and adjourn with the next session, which is session 2. So we can go, kindly make use of the exit on my right-hand side, and that is your left-hand side for tea. And just to relieve yourselves, like I've said once again, the ablution blocks that we will be making use of today, when you go out my left-hand side, the door, you pass the registration table. You'll make a right turn through the glass doors and then go through the other glass doors when you make take a left. So that's the ablutions that we'll be making use of today. So the session is adjourned and we will gather at 5 to 12. So may I kindly have everyone make their way back to the venue at 5 to 12 so we can have at least enough time for the questions before we begin with the next session's panel. Thank you very much.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 mic check mic check volume sharp yeah let's say like yeah two, 1 2.
Okay, we'll be taking questions from the floor. I will be bringing the mic to you, so can question, kindly introduce yourself, the organization you're from, and you can ask your question.
Thank you very much. My name is Wichiro Mkundamago from Valley University of Technology. So I don't know whether maybe I will be able to be covered with regard to what I want to check from the House, because I've heard our panelists raising very interesting points that speaks to inclusive and accessible tourism. And they were also bringing in a solution that are very progressive. But I just want to check if maybe we've got somebody from the tourism industry, the private sector, to say, after hearing all the issues that are being mentioned by our panelists, what might be the aspect that hinder progress in terms of implementing inclusive and accessible tourism in our country, because our panelists have eloquently mentioned that we have got policies that are in place, but there is a lack of implementation, and we might be sitting here not having thorough understanding of what might be the impediments with regard to implementation of those progressive policies that are there. If maybe we've got somebody from the industry, I will humbly request to hear from them, because those are the people that are supposed to assist in implementing inclusive and accessible tourism that we envisage. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mukundamako. Any other questions that we can take? Questions going once, questions going twice, and we'll hand over to the panelist. The next session. So thank you, Mame. Okay, there you go.
Thank you so much for the question. Panelists, the gentleman is just simply, in layman's terms, asking us to, why is there no necessary appetite? Why are we even having this conversation in the first place? If there's already policies in place, why is there lack of the appetite for implementation when it comes to such things? I know earlier when I ended the conversation, I ended it from an analogy of a fruit basket and having too many of them and having different industries and different systems which have been implemented, and as a result, lack or no integration at all. Perhaps I'd like to take it from there, and then I'll pass the microphone down, and then maybe we can assist the gentleman to answer his question moving forward. To my gentleman on the left, please, kindly, your view, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. As I've stated earlier, that knowledge is power. There are systems, there are policies, but because of lack of knowledge, and we have legislative, we have policies, but once there is a lack of awareness, that's where we have a problem. So I guess platforms like this, they address such, whereby we become aware of such and we question. Because I'm also I'm also from a vulnerable sector as well, from the TVET sector, whereby we have students living with disabilities. We also have tourism students as well. We are teaching tourism students. But we never thought of this powerful concept that how do we combine the two, inclusivity and tourism. But platform like such as this ones, they created awareness. So one of, according to me, one of the things which hinders the progress is that I wouldn't want to be specific who's not aware, but in general, there is a lack of awareness, whether from the ground level to the authorities, because these are prominent issues and they must be treated with care. So once we create an awareness, once in our education sector, we introduce such powerful and dynamics topic, then awareness will be created in various sectors. So in a nutshell, I would say the more we create awareness, the better for us. Because when we are not aware, as much as we might have so many resources in our disposal, but if we don't know how to use them, they will not work for us. Because we have so many resources, we have policies. But the question is, what hinders the progress? It's because somewhere, somehow, members of the society or even the authorities, they are not aware of the impact. But once we raise our voices and create an impact or create an awareness, I think we'll have a progress. And platforms like this are a starting point, if I may put it like that, or any platform whereby will create awareness. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think I'd like to add a little bit more meat as well to the question of the gentleman, to the rest of the panelists. Is it a question of maybe, do we not have enough funding as well? Maybe can we also look into that as well from that perspective, to say we can't implement because we don't have the financial muscle? Maybe perhaps I'll pass the microphone down to the audience.
Thank you. I think part of the challenge is that UA is seen by many businesses as a compliance issue. It's not seen as an opportunity. So they didn't quite understand the immense benefits and opportunities that UA presents for their businesses. The second point I want to make is that in many businesses, UA is an afterthought. So it's not included or integrated in the planning of the business. So as a result, once they've done developing the new property, only then do they realize that there is a need for UA, and then there's additional costs that they've got to incur, and maybe they don't have the cost to make the necessary changes in the establishment. And I also agree that maybe as government we need to look at coming up with incentives to incentivize the implementation of UA, so that those who want to improve their properties, the financial burden is lightened. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would like to add on a few things that may be hindering implementation. The first thing, let's say, when we take it from teaching and learning, the first thing is there is a void in the curricula, and this has emerged almost cutting across the tourism, hospitality, leisure, recreational and conservation some they argue that there is no content. Yes, content is there, though it speaks to the European context, and that is why that is one of what, for example, VUT is trying to bring on. Maybe just to give an example, because maybe when I give this, it might appear as if nothing's happening. There is a book that was submitted to Springer that is intending to fit into knowledge creation, and there is also Pilgrave that has engaged VUT for a series that speaks to African-centric disability and tourism. So I'm saying there is a void in the curricula in terms of content, and already the argument of saying there is no knowledge, we are in progress as VUT to fill that gap, so that at least now what's left will be that the curricula or the module outlines can have the topics that speaks to disability. At least that can address training and skills. Then another issue that speaks to the industry. I once had a conversation with a group of hotel. I won't mention the name because they are not here. The conversation, it started with interest, then later it just died off. Yet they were saying they have recruited a number of employees with impairments. So they said the bulk of their units in Botswana, that's where they are doing that. So we ended our conversation saying, can't we document those practices that we are doing so that the rest of the industry can also have somewhere to learn, to say, oh, this is how it's working out for this hotel group. So there are some aspects on case studies that I think the industry also need to come forth or to be forthcoming so that it can be documented and also shared across the ecosystem of tourism. Thank you.
I'm going to talk about money. It all comes down to the bottom line. Everybody always says, "Eish, no money. Got no money to make these changes." However, you touched on going to create an environment, and you have to adjust it, that it isn't from start, that you need to do adjustments to put in the accessible toilet. By the way, the one accessible toilet in this whole facility is not working, just to let you know. So if you've got to put in these facilities, perhaps maybe our government would say, as an incentive, that prove that it's for disability access or universal access, have a report, have an assessor come and do the report, and then you get a tax rebate on that kind of renovation. It might incentivize a lot more the industry, specifically on the tourism side, to create facilities that will be inclusive. Thank you. I don't know where the other lady is. I think she's gone into a meeting.
Panelists, thank you so much for that. I think, once again, the question with regards to integration is also coming into play. And it's a big hindrance when it comes to implementation. I'll make a typical example, just to put it in layman's terms. Did you know that? Do you know all those stickers that are in other private and public transport systems or vehicles in shopping malls? That's that sticker that says disabled person on board, right? Did you know that that is regulated provincially? So meaning, if you acquire one here in Gauteng, and then you drive with a person with a disability to KwaZulu-Natal, you need to acquire another one. Or you drive to Eastern Cape, you need to acquire another one. But only to find that all of this is government, but there's no integration. So yes. For 25. So basically what we're simply saying is the hindrance is within the system itself. And I like what the gentleman from the department is actually saying, maybe perhaps we can look at how we can incentivize. If we can incentivize and we can speak to business and talk business to business, then by virtue of that, then maybe perhaps business would be willing to lend us an ear and want to listen. Apart from that, maybe as well we can look at non-profit organizations, because they are the ones who are in touch with our people at grassroots level as well. To say to them, maybe from a CSI point of view, how can they partner up with government so that they can become an arm of government? And then their sole responsibility will be to discern information to the utmost appropriate person, so that tomorrow, when it comes to implementation, then people don't come out and say, we didn't know. But it's a case of all of these NPOs that are available in our communities are actually assisting us to just keep pumping information, 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 and information. And all of these systems can be integrated and then become one. I think with that little of which we have said as the panel, if there are no further questions. Oh, I hear that there's one more question.
Thanks, Program Director. My name is Koladi, sorry, Koladi Tlabela from the Department of Tourism, and I'm responsible for research in the department. So mine is not so much of a question, it's just a comment, just adding to the conversation. And I think this conversation I already started with some colleagues outside, that one of the challenges that, relating to the implementation of policies, yes, the policies are there, but in terms of implementations, it's a challenge, because even the people who are supposed to implement themselves are not empowered. They don't know what to do. I was just sharing an example that, and this relates more to issues of treating, issues of accessibility and disability, more of as a compliance issue. That, when you are in an interview and you see people who you already saw my target, I'm already going to be meeting my target. And you employ that person, and when the person is there, you don't know what to do. You don't know how to manage the person, because you yourself are not empowered. You yourself, you don't know, you don't have the skills, the know-how on how to deal with issues of accessibility. So I think this is what I said, maybe this relates more to the next session, but I feel so strong about this that I feel I still want to bring it here, because this is just one of the challenges that we are still experiencing in the sector in general. And the other issue as well is, societal attitudes. Societal attitudes when it comes to how our perceptions and our attitudes towards people with disabilities. If you have employed people with disability, you already, the first thing that's, does this person what it takes? Can they do the job? Does they have the expertise? Do they have the necessary skills? So that change of attitude, and especially if we have to bring in the employers, people who are really have the muscle to be able to employ, in terms of changing these attitudes and exposing them to platforms like this. Somebody asked and said, do we have somebody from the private sector? When we talk about industry, do we have anyone who is here so that they can hear these issues? Because what we should be doing is being intentional about what we want to achieve out of the summit, so that we live here, we know these are the steps or the concrete that we want to take forward. Make sure that we also go and implement and come up with an action plan to be able to do, to move this subsector forward. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. Thank you so much. I think looking at the time, I'll just round it up there. And thank you very much to my panelists for the second session. You may go back to your designated tables, but Mr. Senzo, kindly stay behind for the next session. So we'll round up the first session. Thank you very much for the interactions. May we kindly have a round of applause for that. Thank you. Just a quick announcement, if you have lost a bank card, kindly come to me and you will receive it. So if you have lost a bank card, kindly come to me and I will be able to assist you. And that is it from me as your program director. I'll be handing over to my colleague to drive you and continue on this journey towards the end. Kindly stay engaged and have your questions ready. And I will definitely see you tomorrow. A lovely afternoon to everyone. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, my name is Mejuri Mafini. I am a tourism lecturer at VUT. So I will be your program director for session 2. All right. Okay, so our moderator is still going to be Mr. Senso. And then from VUT, the representative is going to be Ms. Kanyisi Lengidi. And then VUT representative Ms. Kanyisi Lengidi, a representative from ANATIS, a representative from the Department of Higher Education and Training, another one from Gauteng Provincial Parks, Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Pro Access, local authorities, and then Mental Health Federation of South Africa, Deaf and Blind, Blind SA, private sector, student and youth representations with and without disabilities, and the Department of Tourism, and lastly, SAGE and assistive device organizations. You may come forward. All the representatives from the organizations mentioned, you can come forward. So the objective is to establish how accessibility of persons with disabilities and other individuals with access needs can be mainstreamed throughout the tourism, hospitality, leisure, recreation, and wildlife conservation value chain from a labor market perspective. Remember, the first session, it was from a market perspective. Now we are moving on to the labor market perspective. I am going to hand over to the moderator, Mr. Senso.
Hello once again to the lovely audience. Good day to the panel that is present with me here today. I think the second I saw what we are going to discuss here, somewhere, somehow it hit a little bit of a nerve to me. And I would kindly ask the panelists, I know that they are prepared questions here and that have been sent to you, but I would just, it is still going to be the same line of questions, however, but I would just like to distort the order a bit so that we increase flow. Ladies and gentlemen, again, let's take a little step back. Now, we've got the Department of Education. This at developmental stage for our persons with disabilities, majority of them, this is where they are sort of kind of determined that they have a disability. Could be a learning barrier, it could be cognitive, it could be issues of sight. Maybe they move a child from the back of the classroom right into the front because they can't see properly, or it could be that. Or maybe when they are shouting at this child can't hear properly, so they think maybe this is an attitude problem, this, that, and the other. And this is sort of kind of determined as early as primary school. So what has happened is, then as part of the resolution, then Department of Education says, let's look at the white paper policy and maybe let's come up with special schools for young learners with special needs. Of course, we may all assume special schools, special needs classes, then this basically means that when our people go into these classes, then it's a smaller population of people, so by virtue of that, they then receive more attention. Unfortunately, it's not necessarily the case. If 95% of the special schools end at grade 9, more or less, and then when our people exit, then where do they go? They move from a system that has not done great for them. Because remember, if you have a learning barrier, it basically means you may take slightly a bit longer to be able to comprehend what the system is trying to teach you at DBE. We're starting there. So as you come of age and you are now 21, then where do you go? By virtue of that, you then perhaps then fall into Department of Higher Education and Training, maybe at TVET level. At that TVET level, still, our people go in there, and from an assessment point of view, when they get there, they do a psychometric test as a point of entry because they're coming in with grade 9. And once they are in there are certain courses that are more or less ring-fenced around certain disabilities. And then as a result, this is what has been offered to our people. This may be a myriad of qualifications of which we could be talking about. From the Department of Higher Education and Training, they've now sort of kind of inherited this historical challenge that comes from a different department that has now landed on their doorstep. So what do they say? They say NVC, non-vocational certification, up to level 4, which is equivalent to maybe perhaps matric or your senior certificate. And they've done such a fantastic thing to say, especially when you get to level 4, maybe now you can move on to something else and you can even qualify for NSFAS. This is great for our people. That's fine. However, now there's something else that the department is coming up with, of which is already here as a panel. They've came up with QCTO, of which I'll give them a chance to explain what QCTO is. If they are fizzling out NATED, N1, N2, N3, N4, N5, N6, they're fizzling out NCV. If all of this goes out and we are now focusing on QCTO, then what is really going to happen to our people that are coming from that system, coming to be integrated into this new system? were our persons with disabilities actually considered when this decision was being made, or maybe the thought process of it was being made? Because if government, from a labor perspective now, is looking at professionalizing government, where before, as a person with grade 10, you could get a job as a general worker, but not anymore. Because government is professionalizing, and as a result, with the Department of Higher Education and Training, we are relying on them to ensure that our people are up to par as well. Now we are moving to QCTO. We are doing away with NCV, and we are doing away with NATED. So Department of Higher Education, allow me to start here with you to say, could you kindly explain to us as to what is that transition between NCV, NATED, and QCTO to the audience? Yes, thank you. I'm not sure who's here from the department.
They're not here.
Oh, they're not here. They are not here. Okay. Thank you.
Greetings, colleagues. My name is Baldwin Matau from Higher Education and Training. I'm with my colleague, Ms. Rebecca Skosana from Higher Education and Training. Yes, your question is very relevant, facilitator. However, we are much more focused on social inclusion and equity, whereby we are responsible for students and staff within the ed. Those ones who are dealing with that area, those ones within the TVET branch. However, that question already have sent it to one of our colleagues, so I'm waiting for the response. Once they respond, I will engage you on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. My good sir, since you are from the Department of Higher Education and Training, I think looking at the set of questions that we have, which may translate to labor and employment, from a training perspective, there's a lot that maybe we might ask from you. Would you give us permission to ask you? Yes. No, understood. Please, yes. Please note that it is it's a discussion and it's an engagement, right? And we are not trying to put you underneath the bus and on top of that bus to throw a train on top of it to crush you. No. What we're simply trying to do is to just get a perspective and an understanding so that it eradicates some of the fears of which we may have on the other end of the table. There's a hand.
Good afternoon, colleagues. This is Miss Mdebele from Majuba TVET College. I think we will be able to answer some of the questions because we are one of the TVET college that has already started implementing these QTCO programs and also in the process of phasing out the Report 191 and also NCV. So we are aware, we are on the ground of all the transition that is currently taking place within the TVET space where we are introducing these occupational programs. There are a lot of challenges, but I don't think, should I continue giving more aspects on what is currently happening and how the QTCO together with the TVET colleges are planning to do this whole transition. I'm not sure whether this is the correct platform, moderator. I think you can come join us. Sis. Come join. She's coming to join us. Good afternoon once again. So the question that has been imposed by our moderator, the transition that is currently facing the TVET sector is greatly affecting us as a TVET sector because of all the operational issues that are currently taking place. Because with the requires the TVET sector to change policies, to also to be in line with what the industry is currently requesting from us, while we do not have the capability to provide for the industry. Because the QTCO programs, they state that you're supposed to do, it's a threefold, where you do your knowledge, you do your practicals, then you go to the workplaces. Before you are even accredited with the whatever accreditation for the program that you want. In our case, I will make an example with the CHEF program. The CHEF, our students to have workplaces upon registration for the program, and there are limited workplaces that one can take these students to, which already it hinders the implementation of these particular programs. So now, once this accreditation, it's a hassle to us because as we are told that we are responding to the industry, but there is no industry now that we are responding to. Because the lecturers that are there currently, maybe some, they do not even have the industry experience that is required by the industry, or the experience that they have is obsolete because they've been in the education space not knowing what is happening currently in the industry. So what is it that are you going to teach to these students that are supposed to be out there implementing the current trends that are currently happening in the industry? Hence why now it's going to be costing the department to reskill, to retrain, to make these lecturers to be fit in order for them to implement these occupational programs. So these are the challenges that you are facing as a TVET, and we might be also having a challenges where now we have to retrench because our intake is no longer going to be 1,800 students. We are limiting it to 30 students per program, which is going to affect employment rates. So these are the challenges we are facing.
Okay, audience. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us and for giving us a headache. Thanks. We appreciate that. We love you for it. But we understand the challenges of which confront the sector itself. And this is only just about TVET colleges. We haven't spoken to universities. However, I'm looking at it from a university point of view, and this is to the panel now. Kindly, Sage, please, you are my trump card. Please sit this one out. However, I'm a young student and I'm studying tourism, a diploma in tourism. Why am I finding difficulty in accessing the THLRC jobs? And what are some of the critical skills needed in order for me to have accessibility as a person with a disability? And I put it to you in asking this question because it stems once again from DBE, Department of Basic Education. We just got stats now that suggest that we have the highest pass rate of 88%. But has anyone actually gone in and looked at the quality of it? If majority of our people in high school, in matric, are already doing history, geography, tourism, and maths lit, and they are getting bachelor entries to go into university, and tourism then seems to be an industry that is more attractive and aligned to what they've been studying at DBE. When they progress and get these diplomas and degrees, why are they not able to access THL, RC? And what is the critical skill that is actually needed here? Sage, please sit this one out. I will pass the mic, and then please, before you give an answer, just greet and just give us your name and then continue. Thank you.
Is it not for you?
It's for you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Mabungu Malima. My name, Mabungu Malima. I'm from Gauteng, Department of Environment. I'm based at Sekerbosrand Nature Reserve. I'm sorry I'm not in my khaki gears. They are saved for tomorrow, because those that we must inspire, they are the ones that we sing tomorrow. You guys don't need inspiration. To the question asked by the moderator, difficulty in accessing the job market. This space, I'm lucky I'm in the space. On average, people that are at work, that I work with, they've been with the same employer at least for 30 years. I think people who are in this industry are people who love it. They only live through retirement or death. That's another thing. And when you look at the amount of intake at universities versus job opportunities that are there, those things don't speak to one another. I do a lot of work with TUT, UNISA, now with VUT. And if I go now on my laptop and you see the amount of requests from students, I'm not even talking about learners or students with disabilities, generally. The market is so saturated, and I don't think it's about what skills must people have. When it comes to the space, tourism and disability, I think we need to start speaking a different language. And we've started doing that as government. From our side, there's a program that we've introduced, biodiversity economy, where we're looking at biodiversity. If you remember previously, the training was about preservation. Now it's about sustainable use of natural resources, where we have a unit newly established in Gauteng, biodiversity economy unit. Last week on newspapers, we advertised for people, if like you've seen people producing aloe juice, moringa juice. If you've got people with disabilities who have ideas like those, as the department, we're sponsoring such ideas to say, let's produce employers instead of produce employment, because we don't have the capacity to produce employment now. The market is saturated. Now we're saying, if you've got someone who's got land in Gauteng, it's unfortunately for you to farm with wildlife, you need to have at least 500 hectares. If you do that, we've got a program here, game donation, where we're saying if you, and we're prioritizing women and people with disabilities, come and apply in the department, then we donate game to you. You can be an owner of zebras, all these baboons and what, they can belong to you. And that's our solution to your question, the moderator, to say, let's start producing employers rather than focusing on employment. Because honestly speaking, I've got my colleagues here, they will tell you, I've started working, I think at the age of 20 at Kruger National Park to now in Gauteng. I think in all years in my career, there's only 2 people who resigned, not going anywhere, who are just resigning. But people love this career. I love this career. Chances of me leaving here are close to 0. So for young people who are coming up, the market is saturated. We need to come up with ideas like, Imagine booking a game drive and your guide is deaf. That will be so much. That's what we must be focusing on, to say, let's produce people who can run concessionaires, like who will book people from overseas, collect them here, take them to our parks, show them our museums. We've got so much as South Africa. Rather than focusing on government to produce work, let's encourage our people to think out of the box, to be employers, because what I've seen with this country, money is not a problem. Let's come with ideas that can be funded, and I think that's our solution, to say, let's come up with bankable proposals that can create jobs, and also, and it will make a good proposal if it's coming from people with disabilities. So I think I've been listening since this morning. We've been talking, hey, this is not being done, this is not being done. I think if you look back, I'm sorry for taking too long, when we had an issue with HIV and AIDS, it was a huge stigma until we started changing how we look at it. If you look these days, people even post on social media freely to say they're HIV positive. So people with disabilities, I think, need to start seeing themselves as victims and start seeing, to say, what can we do? We need to see marches of people with disabilities go into Union Building and go and hand in a memorandum written in Braille to the president, or in sign language. You know, sign language is alphabets. Make it difficult for them to read it. Let's start seeing people being vocal, because I've worked in the industry. Maybe Mandy, you know, Rob and Julie Filmer. I worked for Eco Access for years, working with people with disabilities. And we kept saying, let's go and toi-toi. The only language that South Africa understands is toi-toi. Let people with disability lead their cause. We can't only complain in conferences and seminars. Let us be seen every day making headlines, and that's how people will see. Let people see us running projects that are successful. Then people can believe in us. Let's start bringing in things like this, moderator, people with disabilities who are owning taxis, who are owning lodges, to show that they are capable. Because now anyone who wants to put money, they will come and say, give us examples. Do we have those examples as South Africa? So I think we must go out and look for such good stories to tell. Let's stop. We've been complaining for years, it's not working. Let's start showing good stories. Let me pause there because I can talk forever. I'm Emma Lima, so we are born to talk.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, Chair. Well, with answering your question, I would say what skills are required? I think it's very important that as higher education, or institutions rather, we keep an open mind when it comes to accessibility. And I don't want to say what Melinda said, wheelchair friendly, you know, as if we are just trying to accommodate, but let us be a society that is inclusive. And I say that because I think last year I had a student who's on an electric wheelchair, and it was the first time I had to encounter such a situation, and I was like, oh my word, what do we do with this particular student? Because I am an ecotourism lecturer, and what happens with our program is that during the course of the year, we take our students to various places, your protected areas, and they go and do their practicals there and different types of learning in a different environment, whether we're going to a game reserve and so forth. Now, to ask myself, how do we accommodate the student? What kind of places do we go to? Because we were never faced with such a situation of considering those things. But for me, it also opened my eyes to look into such issues because I was oblivious to them. You know, and I will say that I was oblivious to them until I had to be faced with such a situation. And now realizing that, okay, I only paid attention to students who might be deaf in class or, you know, visually impaired and so forth, but never really considered all aspects of disability. So what I will just allude to what Melinda said earlier on in the first session. She said, if we're able to implement and enforce these from a younger age, where we build it or within the society, we imprint it within the society, it's very easier for us to live in an inclusive society, because now everyone is very much aware of what is happening, and that's why we will not maybe face or encounter such issues of what skills do I require to also fit in. But the industry is open, the industry is inclusive, because we are conscious of these challenges that we're faced with. So it is a bit hard because of knowledge and understanding and awareness. I think that's where we need to now also look into, to say what kind of information do we put out there? Are people aware? And it's not just us in the universities, but society in general. How are we dealing with these issues? Really, your next door neighbor, how are we dealing with these issues? Because that will also lead to employability. The companies that we have, how are they employing these people? Do they just say, oh no, we're going to employ, we've got a disability unit because of a front that they are putting on? And when you get there, some of the facilities might not be friendly, to put it that way, or inclusive rather. Looking into all of that. So for me, it wouldn't really be what skills are required as much, but putting it on us as institutions to say, or society rather, we should be inclusive and creating that inclusive environment in society so that such questions will be addressed automatically, because we have that awareness and understanding of the society and the diversity of the society rather that we have and exist in. Thank you.
Thank you. I will address the question of why students with disabilities fail to enter the job market. I think one of the reasons is the failure of the employers to make what is called reasonable accommodation at the workplace. I think that most employers don't quite understand what kind of needs and how to accommodate workers with special needs. The second issue may be a need for us to change attitudes. That I think there may still be negative attitude in the workplace towards people with disabilities. So I think we need to change attitudes. The third issue is, I think Evo made the point that people with disabilities, they bring a special expertise or a special skill in the workplace in terms of how to service customers with special needs. I think most employers don't quite understand the special skill that workers with disabilities bring to the workplace. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Noluthando Sikolo. I'm from an organization called Pro Access. It is a non-profit organization. So I'm here representing the community, people living with people with disabilities. I'm one of them. I'm visually impaired. To answer Senzo's question, I'm actually going to emphasize on the points that he raised. The problem starts right at the beginning, at the basic education stage. Our policies, our beautiful South African policies, say we have inclusive education in our schools, but are our teachers trained to be inclusive? Are our schools inclusive in infrastructure and all those kind of things? And assistive devices. So there's so much I want to say, but I want to answer Senzo's question without going into a lot of details and raising a lot of problems. As Mr. Malima have said, that we've complained a lot. I'm putting the responsibility on our government. The government, because they have no motivation of profits and all that, they need to make sure that they employ people with disabilities, and not to mark compliance, because there are government departments that have a lot of people with disabilities employed. But what are they doing? Do they get promotions? Are their skills recognized? Are they empowered to be DGs and other parts of the government? Are they leading? Are they HODs? Or they're just part of an admin to have people with disabilities? So if it starts with them and make sure that they use them for their skills, they employ them for their skills and not just to tick a box. Another part is, if a government department or if a government department advertises a position, they should be intentional to say this position should be filled by a person with a disability. Not people with disabilities may also apply. We are looking for people with disabilities. Until we find them, that position is not filled. That's when we'll see if there are people with disabilities or there aren't that are skilled to do jobs in the market. We have assist them to apply, and they fill out everything. And no spaces. Almost 100% of the students we've assisted to apply to universities have not been accepted, and not because they did not qualify, because there is no space. If our universities can say, we want this number of students, specifically with disabilities. We are aware that in South Africa, universities are not enough for the number of students coming out of school in general. So what more are we saying about those with disabilities? No faculty will choose a student with disability over one with a disability. But if they have to, then they will have to take those students. If we say in a faculty, at least not even 10%, 1% of your students should be a learner with a disability, we'll be fighting this. We have a lot of students who have fought to finish their grade 12, but they are not able to get into universities. For the lucky ones that are in universities and were able to graduate, accessing the market, the labor market, is another hurdle. So these people go from hurdle to hurdle without any compensation. When they are lucky to find employment, they are not recognized for their skills. So if each one of us sitting here can go back to our positions, whatever work you're doing, and be intentional to take one person with a disability. If you are in a university, make sure you have one student with a disability. If you are in HR, make sure you employ at least one in every position you advertise. Make sure you one at least. You would have done a big difference. Thank you. Oh, you'll take 10. Thank you so much. Please speak to us. There are students we can refer you to, because people will say, where do we find them? No one applies. But it's because we are out of touch with the community.
When it comes to higher education, I believe we lack integration between the different branches that we have within our department. within the higher education, there is a CET branch, there's university, there's a TVET branch. Branches. Because a learner living with disability will be pushed to lie and do not disclose in order for them to gain access to education. They tend to be pushed to say, I'm not disabled in order for me to have access to education, especially in the TVET sector. Then you accept that learner because you did not know. Because we have this psycho test that we will make students complete, do their applications, then they are assessed based on that. And these tests, they are not a true reflection of what the student really is. And it affects their lifespan whenever they enter into this education space. Because now at TVET, you'll find a learner that did not disclose, and they enrolled for tourism, for example, and they struggle. They struggle. Our curriculum does not speak to anything inclusive. Our curriculum is quiet. The industry is quiet. There is no linkage, because now there is a person that says, our moderator said, what is DPE saying with students that are living with disability? There is nothing. They just tell them that just because you cannot cope, go to a TVET sector. Do we have the resources as a TVET to be able to accommodate and also teach these particular students? Our lecturers are capable of teaching them, but on a certain level, because in their expertise, inclusive education is still lacking. The industry requires these students to have the knowledge, the skill, but to find that in a TVET, we only teach these students theory, do not get an opportunity to go and see, explore what is currently happening in the industry. So the skills that is needed by the industry, they only learn it in the book. Come at level 4, they have to go out to the industry and start working. They are blank. Even the simulation rooms that are expected to be there in the TVET space, they are not there for them. If they are there, the information that is there in those simulation rooms, it's things that are no longer happening in the industry, because the industry has changed. Everything is changing, but there's nothing that happens to the curriculum. We are fighting with University of Technologies as the TVET to say, we have tourism students, they have tourism students. But is there any University of Technology that has adopted a TVET to say, let us see the curriculum that you are offering as a TVET? Can our learners from TVET articulate after finishing up their level 4 to say, now I qualify to go to VUT? Because there is no linkage between us, between the TVET and the universities of technology. So now we are fighting for this space, and our curriculum is totally different. Hence why maybe most of the time, TVET students, they're not even considered whether you are disabled or not disabled. You are not considered, the market is no way, there's nothing for you if you are coming from a TVET space. So those are the challenges, but capabilities are there at the TVET space. Thanks.
Thank you. And when we are saying demand and supply, I want us to go back a bit into some of research evidence that speak to our African tourism. It's kind of tricky for us to speak of critical skills when we speak of disability inclusion now, without going a step backwards to speak of what critical skills does tourism, leisure, hospitality, recreational, and conservation have first. Then when we can have that, that's when we can now say it's easier to now sort of categorize competencies to say if I hold a certificate, I have certain competencies that I should exhibit, and those competencies should be grouped into universal design and accessibility. It will speak to when I get to pursue diploma or undergrad program, it can connect and it will make it easier for transition. Let's say if I studied tourism at TVET, I can transit into a university because there is competence categorization. Then to the industry, it implies that it means that when we design jobs, it's easy for us to design the jobs based on qualification, and it's easy to allocate compensation based on qualification. It's easy to put structure into the profession. It's easy again to now speak of where do we place a qualified person within the industry. Because unless we have those clear demarcations, it's kind of tricky to speak of what kind of skill can one have. Let me take maybe a bit of illustration. When I finished my first degree, I had a conversation with a owner of travel agent. And he said, Tawanda, do you know within your degree, there are only 3 modules that speak to me? And I was puzzled. And then he said, I will take you for a job because you did, by then I had done IATA, fares and ticketing. Then it was painful because when we were at college, we were told we are being trained to be managers. So I declined that offer. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to illustrate to say, before we start to look at critical skills that brings inclusivity, there is work that the tourism industry, the tourism skills and development and education should have, and maybe to add on to say, while having this perspective, it's not that I'm here to point faults, but there is a study that we are intending to roll out to address these critical issues, because the next generation might keep on falling into what, for example, I fell into. Yet we need to keep evolving or to keep the qualification to speak to the industry so that industry training can speak one word instead of pointing fingers as currently it is, where the industry will be saying, you cannot do this, yet you are in the training. So that, I think, the moment it gets inclusivity, it now addresses to say, whether someone has got impairment or doesn't have, if you are studying for tourism, you can be placed somewhere. Thank you. Let me stop there.
Thank you very much, panelists. I think, audience, you can tell. Like I said before, I hit a nerve, right? There's a lot to say, and there's a lot that we really want to try and address when it comes to this segment of a particular session. But I want to put it to everyone to say that it's not all doom and gloom. There has been substantial ground that has been gained, right? And all we're simply trying to do is we're trying to move forward. So in a sense, allow me to just not step back, but just step sideways just a bit from tourism. As Lead Change, we have a formidable partnership with a private sector company called Sage. They do the entire digital accounting solutions. I'm sure you guys know of them, right? If you have a business, this might just be your business partner in terms of operations. So with them, from a skills point of view, we do ICT training, we train persons with disabilities, and guess what? We take them and we place them at Sage. And there is a gentleman that came out and said, reasonable accommodation. Yes, our people need to be reasonably accommodated so that they can excel in their jobs. And I will give Sage an opportunity to explain from a pathways point of view as to what do they do. Because what they've also done is to open up my eyes to
a person called a talent acquisition specialist. I didn't even know what that is. You know, and to me, when you say talent, I'm thinking you're dancing or you're singing. You know, you've got a talent, right? But with these people, they've actually opened our eyes as an organization, and I want to give them an opportunity so that maybe perhaps they can enlighten the room as well to say, look, maybe yes, we are looking at it from that perspective, but maybe this is how they also do it. Can you imagine you going to an organization which is internationally recognized and you place a person with a visual impairment, and this person only has 20% vision and is partially sighted, and then this person then gets to address or take upon challenges and complaints from clients that are international, because then now they are front-facing. And to an extent that institution or that organization still takes persons with disabilities and puts so much trust in them to say, front face and speak to my customers first before they can get to the back end, because I know you can speak well, you know. Maybe perhaps these are some of the approaches that, from a disability perspective, that we should be looking towards by virtue of this, to say, let's identify more or less the right person with the right attitude, with the X factor. So allow me to bring in Ms. Temberger from SAGE to come and just share a few pointers as to, from a talent specialist or talent acquisition specialist, what is it that they are doing in terms of internships, and why are they doing this at SAGE?
Thank you, Senzo. As Senzo has mentioned, my name is Temberger Mtolo, known as Tembi. Today I'm wearing black top that's written SAGE and early careers, with black pants and sneakers that are bright orange and green. So when it comes to people, or we like to refer to physically challenged individuals, SAGE is quite big in terms of inclusion when it comes to people who are physically challenged. So what we do, we run a program that is a 12-month program where we employ about 20 people in a space of 12 months. Disabled. That's how we prefer. So we prefer to start in our own backyards. So these people that we do take on board are not, we unfortunately do not focus on all disabilities. We take specific ones that we can cater for because of the nature of our business. So we can take on people who are on wheelchairs, who, for instance, don't have legs, because obviously those ones, they can sit on the phone, they can type if they can. We do take on matriculants for learnerships, and then we've got internship programs for those with degrees or diplomas. Then what we do in terms of inclusion within the office space, because I heard you earlier on, data for those who are visually impaired, for those who are visually impaired. We do have, in a nutshell, we are quite on par in terms of the policies that were mentioned earlier on. What else do we do as a business? We go out to TVET schools and to high school children, particularly your matriculants, because I heard, is it Mandy, earlier on you mentioned that it all starts at high school level, at school levels, yes. So we came up with a program this year in partnership with Lead Change, where we do go to schools and TVET schools, and we provide what you call career days. What do we do at career days? We teach the children how to conduct themselves in interviews. We explain to them how it starts. And the schools that we particularly focus on are schools where your disabled children are mostly. So we'll take them through a whole program. It'll be about 2 to 3 hours for the day, where we teach them how to write CVs. We'll teach them how to conduct themselves in the interview, how to prepare themselves, whether it's through the clothing, through the attitude that they need to have when they do go for the interview, or in fact starting from that first phone call that they get when they have been called for the interview. So we give them a rundown in terms of what to expect out there. because majority of them we do understand they will never get to go to university. Immediately after school, they will be looking for employment. So that's the least amount of contribution that we as corporate can bring to them. When they do come to us for interviews, once again, we prep them. We do not just call them to say, come for an interview. Once they've been called, we'll run sessions as well within the business to say, we understand that you are a disabled interview. We give them motivational talks in terms of, once again, how to get that interview at SAGE. This is what they expect of you as an individual. So I think we're doing very well as a business. And I think the one thing that we always encourage with the students or the learners is that we always tell them, sometimes it's not even about the qualification that you've got. Sometimes it's about the right attitude. A hiring manager will come to me as a recruiter and say, Tembi, the person can have a matric, I'm okay with that. But I think for me it's important that the person has the right attitude, because I'm willing to teach them or I'm willing to coach them. And I think this is very important, especially with youngsters who are disabled. It's very important for them to understand that, you know what, you can also do it in as much as the person with a qualification who is fully able in getting that position. So I think we very much, we're better off than some other companies. I think we're safe to say so. Thank you.
Sorry? No, that's fine. Oh, clock. Okay. Ms. Tembi, thank you so much with regards to that. You see, guys, what we're simply trying to put out there is that we have private sector in our doors. Their arms are open. They want to assist our people. We as organizations, integration and coming through here at Vaal University of Technology, we thought it's best that we bring people like this to these type of conversations, so that even when we meet our people tomorrow, you know, sometimes you walk into an institution and you're not sure what to do, and then your friend says, no, I'm going for tourism. Yeah, I know, I will tourism, yeah. And that's where we are. Only to find that it's not necessarily something that you really wanted to do. And let's give our people options. Tembi is saying, from a SAGE point of view, from matric, you in, more or less, you've got a chance. You are already in TVET, you've got a chance. You are at university level, you have a chance. And it's not as common, it's not that common thing that we normally do with sector education authorities, with the organizations of which we're partnering up with, to say, we want to train 100, but we want to employ 3. No, we are not doing that here at SAGE. That's not what they are trying to do. So you will never get to them and you'll find that there are 50 people all in the learnership once. No, 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 no. They don't do such things. No. So by virtue of that, it means our people get individual attentions. And then when they get these opportunities, they also get mentors within the industry itself and within the offices themselves. People who walk them through. So by the time they start the project to the time where they end the project, they are not the same from the start to finish. And here's the best part of it to the audience. 90 to 95% of the companies listed in the Johannesburg Stock Exchange are using this product, which is SAGE. So if our people don't necessarily get employment at SAGE with a set of skill from a product point of view that they have already gotten, the set of skills of which they've got trained on, that skill can be taken and then it can also find expression elsewhere within that sector on its own. So with that said, I know everyone, guys, unfortunately, is pressing me for time, and I want to have these conversations with you. And I really want us to have this conversation. I just wanted us to take this and end on that note, which is a note of positivity. I hope it sparks the type of dialogue that we are looking to have together, to ask one another, how are you doing it and how are you doing it better? How can I help? How can I be involved? What do I need to do? Oh, this is the policy from a government point of view. Oh, this is what we are doing as private sector. How can we merge, collaborate, and promote integration so that we can help our people? Because
That community of people really needs our help, and their hands are up. On that lovely note, I would like to say, let's pause this session so that we session 3 as quickly as we possibly can. A round of applause for this particular panel session. Thank you. Please keep your questions as we are moving on to session 3, please. Please keep your questions. We'll just do the Q&A quickly thereafter.
All right, thank you. As the moderator has already said, please keep your questions for session 2. May I take this opportunity to invite the panel members for session 3. Panel members for session 3. Okay, we yes. Ms. All the panel members for session 3, may you please come forward. Mr. Mkundamago, you can join us for session 3. All right, so the objective for session 3, cooperate commitments as the tourism, hospitality, leisure, recreation, and wildlife conservation, education, and ecosystem. All right. Back.
So much. Right. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is supposed to be the one session that we are all looking forward to. Before I begin, I'll just say apologies. When nature calls, nature calls. But I answered the call, now I'm here. However, this is the one session where we see as to meticulously and in detail, have we been listening? And what are some of the takeaways that we can take away from the previous two discussions moving forward as to what do we think needs to be done? Now, I'm going to give my panelists here an opportunity, and I'm going to ask them a question is to say, based on everything that you heard, in your department, what is the takeaway for today? What type of relationships or partnerships should we formulate? In layman's terms, what's the way forward? Do we have a panelist here? Please. Panelists, all I want to know is type of partnerships are we supposed to formulate? Maybe perhaps to scale this entire thing to see as to are we being progressive or are we being regressive? Or is there any movement or any impact? And apart from that, with everything that we have heard today, in our different disciplines, going and taking back to colleagues, and what are we going to start?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Pelelin Lovu. I am from the Vaal University of Technology, and I am in the ecotourism management. I am a lecturer there. So when I did my research on session 3, it was to co-create pathways and collect HLRC, an ecosystem. So my research is in the blue economy. I look at coastal and marine tourism. So we all know that in the blue economy there are different sectors, and my focus is on the marine and coastal tourism. And more specifically, I'm looking at benefit sharing from the benefits that come from coastal and marine tourism, So, globally, that would be the framework, which is Ocean's Master. Then fragmentation. There's poor policy implementation between actually communities benefiting and the policy that says that communities need to benefit and they need to participate in the creation of decisions and knowledge production. However, this is not happening in real life. So to answer the question, for me, I think there needs to be knowledge creation between communities and the creation between communities and and people who are in governance, where they sit down and they discuss who benefits from these. One needs to benefit, and it should not just be industries that are already established, as well as we need to look at the communities, how they benefit from coastal and marine tourism, because these are the people who have been there before we establish these businesses, and these are the people that somewhat obtain food and resources from the ocean. And if people who are not living in those communities are benefiting, and they also control who accesses what parts of the ocean and so forth, what are we saying about these local communities? So for me, it's important that people in governance sit down with people in industries, as well as the communities, so that they form an ecosystem.
On what blue flag beaches are doing on accessibility. We are looking at Moby mats, and we are looking at amphibian chairs, how they are deployed in various on various beaches.
So we have started with that research, and what are the OR time for these students, and we are in the process of integrating them into the world of work. Then further to that, we educate our students on an innovative way where we blindfold our students and giving them an immersive experience, where they are then coming to the pearly gates and we decide on the disability of the day. And we provide them with, we blindfold them, or deafness, or they bound into a wheelchair. And then we give them an immersive experience where we train hospitality students then to serve them. At first we did pre and post tests. At first they didn't know anything about how to serve a disabled person. We provided them with the skills. We got experts from the industry to come in and guide them and show them how to train or to equip them with the necessary skills to serve a person that is differently abled. And then on the day of this initiative, they then go out and serve this person. The feedback was phenomenal, what we received from the students from both sides, those that received the training and those that enjoyed the immersive experience. So we do things differently. This year we applied for funding in the university to take this project further and to build it out and to also maybe do research. So that is what our organization is currently doing on the accessible tourism space. We obviously need to partner more with experts in the industry to get training material so that we don't keep it for ourselves, so that we can go to the education department and say, this is how you deal with a student that is differently abled, that learns differently. And maybe we can even take it to the business management department to say, this is how you deal with a disabled person in the work environment. So it's not just for us in the tourism side, but really to embrace this and to build on it. Resources sometimes is a funding, but I think if you want to teach smart and you've got a heart and a passion for this, funding shouldn't be a stumbling block. There's ways and means to go beyond the funding to actually teach people and to make people aware of disability. Thank you.
Okay. I think I'll take less than a minute, don't worry. My name is Matsepo Matumbo. I come from Emfuleni local municipality in the Department of Local Economic Development and Tourism. Our main role is to make sure that we promote and market all tourism products that we have in Emfuleni, and also make sure that we create a conducive environment where businesses are able to thrive, and that is inclusive of businesses that are run by disabled people. So we also have a department in the Mayor's Office of GOD that focuses on disabled people, gender, and young people as well. So what we do in the tourism space, we make sure that as we market and promote the products that we have in Emfuleni, that there is also access, as the theme today is inclusive and access to tourism. So what we have to make sure is that as we market and create a conducive environment, that what we are promoting, it's accessible and includes every person in South Africa, especially as a legislated entity like a government where we are actually making these rules. What we have to make sure though is make sure that we emphasize the issue of inclusive and access tourism, because it looks good on paper. It has always been there, but the emphasis to that has not taken place in terms of implementation, as my co-panelist was saying. So what we are taking from this session is to make sure that there's emphasis and there's progress to implementation of what has been written. Somebody mentioned in the previous panel the issue of the grading council that does not cover that in terms of grading of establishment. We normally host quarterly workshops on grading with the Grading Council of South Africa. So as I'm saying that from this summit, we are taking forth implementation and emphasis of making sure that that which is written is that which will be implemented in Mfuleni. Collaborations, partnerships are there. I mean, we collaborate with the university, with other entities of government and private sectors, but like I said, emphasis is what we need. Thank you.
It's me again, Mandy. So for what I want to bring from this side is obviously I represent the disability sector in South Africa, and been in it for a very long time. So my push always is entrepreneurship, because as you were saying, Mr. Moderator, you know, we need to encourage our youth, whether they're people with disabilities or not, but specifically people with disabilities who may not be able to move in the spheres of other people, to go and do it themselves and be out there, as I explained right in the beginning. And so we've got to look at the NPOs or NGOs versus the actual businesses, and I think there has to be a collaboration. We're looking at creating a collaboration between them. So, interested in including people, all sorts of people within your businesses and your in at everything that we do these days. Make use of the people who are out there that can give you the lived experience, but use the experts within that field to make sure that you get the right experience.
I'll try to be as short as I can. The first thing that I think this is more of a call out to everyone who attended is we desire to collaborate. And I am saying I will make a follow-up on you in line with how can we work together in addressing how. Number one, it will be from a research perspective because there is need for knowledge co-creation. Number two, it will be there are initiatives that are already work in progress that we need to roll them out from a system point of view or systematic approach so that we don't address one area, leaving the other area having a bit of an issue. So the implication is we desire to form what we refer as community of practice. And we are intending to measure and to make a follow-up in that. We have already partnered with, maybe I'll mention few. We have partnered with UJ in some of what we are doing. We have partnered with Pro Access. We are in process to partner with Lead Change. And we have partnered with, we are in process again to look forward to partner with TVETs and other universities. Currently, we have a relationship with UCT, Nelson Mandela, and University of, it's Cape Town University. UCPT. Yes. Thank you. Right. So with this, we are trying to say together we can complement each other and we can bring value towards value co-creation for universal design in totality, so that the next generation will not be having similar conversation we are having now. It should be picking up from what we would have left, because obvious we are going to pass on one way or the other. Then we need the conversation and actionable aspect to be put in place and being followed up. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tawande, to the panel of time, of which I've been pressed for. However, I just want to put this out.
you must correct me, and maybe perhaps we can continue this conversation as we walk out and we are having lunch. Val University of Technology, you are here. University of Johannesburg, you are here. Val, on our way here, we passed through a township just for us to actually get to this place. It is very important for us to have community outreach programs so that our universities don't look like mountains and mountain peaks. We need to go back and we need to engage. We need to speak to the community so that we understand the community's perspective, and then we can realign it so that our people from entry point, they know very well as to what is it that they are doing. UJ, you are positioned right there at Auckland Park, right next to Westbury. The president just deployed soldiers there because of the issues that are there. But however, what we're simply saying is, as a university, you may have the necessary skills that are needed in order to come to resolve to communities. Can we have our universities not becoming mountains, to have more outreach programs into communities so that communities can give feedback and then we can find one another moving forward? And to my lady who's from the municipality, thank you so much for having come and talking to us and enlightening us as to, from a local government point of view, as to what is it that is actually happening there. I think with you as well, UJ, Val University is already here, and I know you, as soon as they connect you to the community, then we can sort of kind of find ways to how we can resolve other social issues that impact our communities. And we can use some of the vehicles of which have been put out here today from a THLC point of view, where we are saying to them, yes, go on, as an example, erect rooms, have tenants in there. But then from a hospitality point of view, then this is what you need to do, and these are the people that can help you to ensure that you are inclusive in this, that, and the other. How it then works out best for you. So that it's not a case of tomorrow, whenever we are thinking of local government, you are already scratching because you are thinking of rates. If I'm going to be able to pay my lights, if the person that's at my door will see that I girutlila manzi and I'm not paying for water, but we don't become the enemy, but the person that comes up with the solutions because of the partnership experienced here today, been exposed to today. And thank you so much to this particular panel. We need to partner up so that we can scale the ideas of which we have, and then we can go on to see if we can't find funding so that we can accelerate the implementation, and then we can realize the type of objectives of which we are talking about. For the sake of time, ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for this awesome audience. Forward to continuing this conversation as we are going for lunch. Our program director, who's present here today. Thank you so much. Another round of applause.
Thank you so much. What a day. A lot of information has been shared, right? We have been educated. So let us go out there and practice what we have been taught. Together, we can make inclusive tourism possible. We can make tourism accessible to everyone. All right, so lunch is being served. To those that are in a hurry, there are takeaways. You can grab a takeaway, and if you want to sit down, you can also do that. Let me hand over to Mr.
Thank you so much. Good day, everyone. On the last item there, our intention was to post lunch. Let's pass by Sharpeville Monument. Let's go and see what is it that we are here for, that we are trying to correct. We want to say, let's see if our museums or our tourism assets are so accessible to all persons. So I would love to post lunch, since our municipality is here, Ms. Matumbo, so that she can accompany us. And then when we get there, she will then explain to us if they are being inclusive to all persons. deaf, blind, and so forth. Because when you go into a museum, they say to you, don't touch, but you see through your eyes. And there's nothing for you that you can see through. There's no prototype. So we are saying, let's see how we can correct that. And it starts now with us, VUT, with our partners. I think in short is what I want to say. So please, let's post-lunch, go to Sharpeville Present, and then see what they are selling to tourists, and then if they're being inclusive. By so doing, thank you so much. Sorry, lunch, the same point where we ate breakfast. So like she was saying, those who are maybe in a hurry, they can do takeaways. Those whom we are going together to Sharpeville Present, then we will do that post-lunch. Thank you so much. Just by the show of your hand, then I will give you the mic to pose a question before we leave. I don't want to cut you short. Burning issues, questions, comments, advice, and so forth. Yes, I'm seeing one good guy at the back there. So I'm going to give him the mic so that he can share with us what he has. Then we will quickly allow answers. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. No, mine is not a question. I just wanted to share something with the colleagues here. My name is Rebecca from Higher Education and Training, and our directorate is Social Inclusion and Equity Directorate. We normally call it sometimes a Portuguese because whatever that says disability is thrown to us. And we were saying to our colleagues, actually, the people who are supposed to come here is from the people from TVET and University Branch. But nevertheless, we are here. I just wanted to share something with our colleagues here. Before I move on, I must indicate that I'm stuttering a bit. So whenever I keep quiet a bit, you must know that is that time where I have to recollect myself. Yeah. One of the challenges that we have is the issue of a career guidance for students with disabilities. We've realized that it needs to be strengthened a bit, especially from the basic education, because they are normally, the Department of Basic Education is not focusing on it a lot. Yes, we do have the directorate that deals with career advice in our department, but the challenge is that the student comes to our institutions already have been applied for certain courses, and that poses a challenge for students. In our department, we have a career advice service, a unit. The directorate works with the institutions directly. If, for instance, on open days, the institutions are open to work with the directorate or the department with regards to that. Whenever you have open days, you are able to invite them to come and speak to the students. They test them and all that, so that they can take or follow a right career path. So the other challenge that you've realized also is that, as one of the colleagues indicated, that students are taking tourism, for instance, not because they like it, but because they are channeled there. Because of the attitude sometimes that is there in our institutions. For instance, you'll find that an institution is making sure that one campus is accessible for students with disabilities. I'll just cite an example that a campus where they offer tourism, they make sure that there's accessibility. Students are able to access the buildings, the infrastructure and all that. And they make sure that all the students with disabilities are being directed there. So that's the issue of attitude that needs to be addressed. So with regards to the support that is provided by the department, the first one, we have the special need education funding for students with disabilities. Except I know that we know more about NSFAS, but we also have the SNE budget for TVET colleges that looks at supporting students or funding students with regards to human support or any disability related matter for the student. And we also support the institutions with regards to the access on infrastructure. We have the capital infrastructure and efficiency grant that is directed to the renovations of the infrastructure. You know that some of the infrastructures are old and they need to be renovated. And we also conduct workshops as a directorate. For instance, we create an awareness on the policy frameworks, or train institutions on the policy frameworks that we have. One of them is the strategic policy framework on disability, your GPV policy, and so forth. So we make sure that we encourage institutions to create an enabling environment for institutions, and also addressing the issue of negative attitudes. So what I've taken from here, one of the things that I took from here is the issue of making sure that we maybe encourage institutions to work with labor or to collaborate with labor, because there's a challenge after the students have graduated. Sometimes institutions do not know, do not have an idea as to how they can advise them or guide them on some of the services that are there, like for instance, there's a system at the Labor Department, a database where they register their CVs and all that. And that information is normally not shared with the institutions. So that's what I wanted to say in a nutshell. Thank you, colleagues.
I come back. So a quick announcement. Mr. Tinul is asking that all our dignitaries kindly go for lunch first, and then all the staff from VUT will follow after. So maybe just give preference to our guests, and then once our guests are out there, then we can follow. Thank you very much, and enjoy lunch.